Sure is. I knew wherever you are. Grew up in Wyoming, in and around Jackson's Hole. In the shadows of the Tetons, where summers are hot and winters unbearably cold. But the spring and the fall are always as good as it gets. For over 70 years now, I'd watch the sun rise and set. I've been a cowboy working the roundups in spring. I've lived in the mountains, hunted the grizzly, trapping the rivers and streams. Always the loner, I've treasured my freedom the most. And though I never married as a young man, I might have come close. Somewhere back east, she came to the valley with a man who did her no good. He was fast with the ladies, a tin-horn gambler, and a cheat wherever he could. She had no friends or family, most of the time he was gone. He died in a card game, and she found herself all alone. Alone and afraid and left unprotected, 'cause he was all she had. Maybe I should have, but never told her, so she never knew he was bad. But I'll always remember standing and watching her cry. There was no one to help her, but I was determined to try. I mended her fences and fixed up her cabin. I had everything looking good. I laid by her food and wood for the winter, helping wherever I could. The more I was around her, the more I wanted to be. There was something about her that brought out a good side of me. I went into town, I bought a new outfit, I got me a haircut and shave. I trekked through the snow for no good reason, just go by her cabin each day. I don't know about love, but I was quite taken by it all. Till her brother came in the spring, and he took her back to St. Paul. I don't go down to Jackson, ain't nothing there but motels and bars. Too damn many tourists, no place to hide. They find you wherever you are. They like to call me old timer. I am getting older, I guess. But I don't like the changes, 'cause I've seen it all at its best. My life is over. I don't want to be left in town. But up in the mountains, there is a place I've marked off my own piece of ground. High in the Tetons, above and away from it all. From the top of Old Grand, I bet on a clear day, you can see all. That's your torture for today. All right. I'm going to try to go over Mmtlp and how I see it without getting frustrated. Yesterday, in one of the most inane comments I've ever seen, one of you said, we just want our effing money. So let's explore it. Let's explore if there's any money coming to you by sitting and doing nothing, just putting out comments and doing absolutely nothing. Let's see if any money's coming to you. Yeah, it's a strategy. I mean, I'm obviously not the one to come up with the best strategy here. But let's see what this says. My eyesight's really bad, unfortunately. I don't know what's happening. It's getting worse again. But anyway, all right, so this is Torchlight. This was the original company who the shorts destroyed. So Torchlight, this is Torchlight Energy Resources, focused on developing and producing Permian Basin assets, specifically the Oro Grande. 100,000 net acres, and they want to continue to define it. They got a couple of other projects that don't mean much. So what is the potential here as of 5 years ago? And I think this is what we probably got to go with because of what's happened. But let's just go through it. 134,000 acres under lease, very large upside, hydrocarbon resource potential, low side 2.3 billion barrels of oil. And the key here is in parentheses there, recoverable, third-party valuation. So low side case, 2.3 billion barrels recoverable. Median case, 3.7 billion barrels recoverable. High side, 5 billion barrels recoverable. And then they go through the wells and what they've done before. So then you come here and you see the Oro Grande, but you also see 275 million years ago when dinosaurs were roaming the earth and insects were as big as a small aeroplane, there was a sea. And it's in this sea that over time depositions were made, whatever you believe, no one knows for sure. And oil over time, after more depositions, however it happened, there's theories and other theories, oil rose to the top of this water, and it's called the Permian. And so you have there where it says Delaware, and it says, if I can read it, Midland Basin, that's the Permian. And that's what's changing the world, at least for the time being. That's in Texas. Well, there in the yellow is the Oro Grande Basin. Now that goes into New Mexico. It also seems it might be offshore, who knows, but the heart of it is right next door to the Delaware Basin, a basin which was pioneered by a guy named Masterson. And guess what? He's the guy that's got this idea too. What do they call it? They called it in this presentation, I've got to look, I cannot read that. Believe it or not, I cannot read that date. So on March 2020, Torchlight, obviously self-promotional, so you got to take that with a grain of salt, but they called it the largest domestic onshore new field discovery in over 30 years. In over 30 years, and that was 5 years ago. The largest domestic onshore new field discovery. Now, what do you think that means? What do you think that means to the shorts? That's a risk. So they pull out all the stops. They pull out all the stops. So then there's a company called, look, the criminals have hired attorneys and they own the SEC, and they've charged John Berta et al. With manipulating this reverse merger to force the shorts to cover. And it's so unfair that he would do something that would interfere with their theft. But as it turns out, it's far more likely that John Berta was left with an asset after the criminals destroyed the price of Torchlight. He was left with an asset, which was a NASDAQ shell. So he sold that to Metamaterials. Let's just quickly look at Metamaterials. Metamaterials, Torchlight, at the Roth Capital conference. What do we know about Roth Capital? They're on one side of them, they're a bunch of crooks. They just pass through to the shorts. On the other hand, I'm very good friends with the head of investment banking for oil and gas. And whilst I think he probably is a little bit more aware of what goes on than most, he's an honest man, and I think he would intend to do something correctly as it relates to Torchlight, his expertise, oil and gas. But Meta is not his expertise. So this went to the criminals at Roth Capital who, and it might only be one guy, two guys, but they nod and wink, they get their team to put the paperwork together, and they start shorting, they have hedge funds start shorting the hell out of Meta / Torchlight. That's my opinion, obviously. Okay, so here is the transaction review, which I cannot read, so you just got to give me a second to bring it up. All right, reverse takeover of Torchlight, a U.S. listed public company, by Meta, a Canadian listed public company, by way of a plan arrangement. Torchlight's pre-arrangement stockholders will own approximately 25% of the newco. All right, so here is a real live parameter of what I think is a generous offering Metamaterials made to Torchlight shareholders at 25%. The presentation made the other day to you contemplated that in the case of GTII, they would take nothing in terms of ownership. In this case, the reversed company is taking 75%. So that sounds good, but then let's watch the theft that goes on by Roth Capital's clients. All right, so there's post-closing in exchange for common stock. All right, prior to the effective date, Torchlight will declare and issue shares of Series A preferred stock to holders of Torchlight Common representing 100% of the value of its assets. So they distributed Mmtlp prior to the reverse merger so that it just went to Torchlight shareholders. It didn't go to the Meta people. Shares of Series A preferred stock will be unregistered and not freely tradable. Preferred shareholders will have the right to receive a cash dividend on a per preferred share basis of any net proceeds received from the sale or disposition of oil and gas assets of the end of the year or the date, which is 6 months from the closing of the arrangement. So basically, the way I read that is they intended to sell the asset. I could be wrong. During the sale period, the company may spin off or sell any of the remaining oil and gas assets. And in fact, that's what happened. They spun them off. Further, the oil and gas assets will be held in wholly owned subsidiaries. All right, let's go. I don't know what this is. All right, this is Metamaterials market forecast, US millions. This is provided by Roth Capital's analysis. Communications would be one area targeted, sensing, whatever that is, vibration dampening, other, and the market forecast, I'm not clear, and I did study it before I copied it here. I'm not clear if they're talking about the market cap or the target market, but this is in US millions. So if we go sort of, I don't know, in the middle of it, it's 6,000 millions is the market they're targeting. Or as we say in the USA, 6 billion. It could be the market cap they're targeting. It wasn't clear to me. But what I want to get across here is Metamaterials had a viable business plan, had a powerful target, and had growth ahead of it. But then the criminals come in and they decide that it's not worth it. All right, here's the legacy asset. And I got to read it here. Pre-arrangement, Torchlight shareholders will maintain exposure to the oil and gas assets and will receive a pro rata share of any net proceeds generated from the sale or disposition of the assets, in addition to receiving 25% of the new co called Meta. Pretty good deal. Before the shorts got involved. Okay, what is Meta? Meta delivers breakthrough performance across a range of applications and industries by designing, developing, and manufacturing sustainable, high-functional materials. They then had in the next slide there, the birth of the digital age. I didn't copy it because I tried to limit the number of slides. But the point of that next slide is you have a new era. It starts initially as an idea, it hits, and then you have this tremendous growth in it. And they explain that with the digital age. Here, it's talking about nano technology. Okay, so Meta, one of their products, patented, is a transparent window film, which revolutionized outdoor 5G coverage. The problem, which I cannot read, so I'm going to go down here and see if I can get it. The problem, highest speed at 5G signals need line of sight. So you have to put a bunch of cell towers up. Solution, Meta's passive transparent window film reflects signal to cover dead zones. The trend, carriers are spending billions on infrastructure. Adina Friedman decided it's much more important to spread her brand of NASDAQ doo-doo around the world than protect this company. All right, now I'm going to have to delete these to bring up the next ones. And it means I really need to get stronger production facilities. I'm sorry, this is so klutzy. I should be able to just show you a presentation, but I can't. So give me a second here. I'm going to bring up the next part of what I want to show you. I grew up in Wyoming, in and around Jackson's Hole. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right. The summers were hot, terribly cold. All right, it's just taking a second to download. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on Meta, although I feel like I'm already spending a lot of time. But the key is that Meta is in the middle of a lawsuit run by Wes Christian to target fraud, short sellers, and I think it's brilliant. I think the CEO Pelicanos. Sorry, this is terribly ambitious by trying to download 10 at once. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's what I did last time, so it should work. He, I think, is really doing a service in terms of bringing to light the criminal activity which occurred. But as we'll go through this, as one shareholder said yesterday, you're dumbing it down, William. If personally, I don't think that statement can be dumbed down. I think it's about the dumbest thing. Look, it's maybe not going to happen. Let me do it this way. I might lose the comments if I do that. So what do I do? I'm going to do it anyway because I think something. All right. Well, the comments are still there. Let me go down these comments before they're gone. I feel like I'm going to lose all these comments by going back and forth. Hey, Josh, Happy, Frank, Red Pepper, Eddie, Narad. My eyesight is bad. Frustrating. I guess I've got to go get a prescription. Hi, Brian, Darren. Old guys and new dogs. Yeah, you can't teach old guys new tricks, that's for sure. Old guys have to pay for tricks, I think. Tom, Benjamin, Ricky. DJT 1880. Wow. Seems like, look, the market's way down, but you guys are worried that's a crash. That's just a taste of what's coming, but not yet, in my opinion. First, what's going to come is we're going to snap back up like a son of a bee. The first explanation will be short covering in the big funds, and then it'll be that Trump had some victory, and then it'll be that the Fed is lowering interest rates, and it might be that we win some. We buy Greenland. I can't make it up right now, but I think the markets are going to go like a banshee, and you're going to see 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 or a decade's worth of returns in 3 months. And then everyone's going to be just so happy to be in the market. Then you'll see corrections. So in that context, I think DJT is a trade. All right, so that's not working. I'm going to take that down now. Okay, there. I guess we'll just leave that there. What's your take on McGuire fictitious trade scandal from 2020 to 2022? Well, Macquarie, I'm not saying that correctly, but it's a Australian bank. They do. I've had a lot of interaction with them, not as a customer, not as a co-investor or whatever, not as, not at the negotiating table, but I've been in a lot of deals and negotiated deals, lost deals, made deals that involved Macquarie, and they were a pretty ubiquitous bank in the resource space, in the oil and gas space. Like Bank of Montreal, they also just want the asset. They don't, they're like hard money lenders in real estate. You sign up because, hey, I'm able to do the deal, but then the tough part happens. I still believe in all the metamaterials technology. So disappointed that it became a piñata. Well, this is the thing. And this is what Adina Friedman is singularly unqualified to be a leader in general, and more particularly to be in charge of NASDAQ. She is a bird brain. She has no clue what she's doing. None. Oh, let's make sure women are on the boards. That'll make society better. Based on what? Just promote women without experience that haven't done anything in terms of building a business before? They got a degree? Yeah, it's a great strategy. Let's make sure that every company on NASDAQ has women on the board. Well, Chairman Friedman, don't you think it's more important to make sure our companies don't get shorted into oblivion and delisted and they have access to real capital rather than the counterfeiting of shares, which provides vapor capital, which costs them 60% of the market cap out of the gate and then onward down into oblivion? Don't you think we should be addressing that? Oh, tee tee. That's too confusing. Let's just get women on the board. She's a nightmare. Yeah, Lucky was the best. I miss him the most. The top 1%, the top 0.5%, but really the banksters, the central banks will buy it all. And that's what I've been trying to do here, and that's what I get so frustrated with. I get an idiot comment, we just want our effing money. It's not thought through. He's a good guy, but it's not a thought through comment. Let me ask you something. Do you have to get the money back from GTII that you lost? Do you have to get the money back from Mmtlp that you lost? Or is it possible that there's other places to try to get that money back? Now, if it's all your money, well then, like me, you're in the situation I am. You got to wait for some of these things to come to fruition and life will pass me by. But instead of having life pass me by, I'm trying, whatever. If I help a couple of you, I'll feel like I can meet my maker that I did something. But I'm trying to get you all, or is it you guys? What do they say in Pittsburgh? Yink? Anyway, to get you all to think of yourselves as central banks so that the 1% doesn't take advantage of you. Get out of that nightmare debt. And I'm so glad to see AOC. Who's hotter, AOC or Anna Paulina Luna? But I'm glad to see them joining to get credit card debt capped at 10%. I remember when the cap was 9%, but then Joe Biden's state is where it went out of control. But you got to get out of credit card debt. You got to get out, I don't know about house debt. I don't know about mortgages. It's hard to tell. It's hard to tell when all your love's in vain. I followed her to the station, a suitcase in my hand. Oh, I followed her to the station. Something else. And that's why I feel like we're running out of time. And I don't think that the process in Mmtlp or GTII, and maybe not even in some of these other ideas, is going to happen soon enough for you to wait to buy silver, for example, to get out of debt. Houses are confusing to me because a house that you live in, a house that is your office, maybe, that's what my dream was, a house that gives you some income out of the basement, again, that's what my strategery was. That is an asset which, if there's currency inflation, eventually, I don't think that's happening in the next, I don't think the out of control kind is happening in the next 12 months, but you got to be ready to dodge and weave. But that asset, if it's a good property, has real value. So it's almost like, what do you care that what you pay for it in dollars if 5 years from now that real value remains and the dollar goes down by another 50%? It's an open question, because I think houses have also become bonds. they trade at prices as if everybody can get income off of them. The hedge funds were the last people in the pool, and I think there's a huge population constriction. Trained at Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner, and Smith. There was a gentleman that, he's one of these relatable guys, but he was an analyst. I forget his name now, but he talked to our class more than once. But one of his compelling theories was the baby boom generation. He said it's like a boa constrictor. I'm being swallowed by a boa constrictor. I can't remember. He's up to my neck. Cool. Anyway, as the boa constrictor swallows I think he used the example of a large pig, but it might have said cow. But anyway, something really big. That's the baby boom generation. And he said, as the baby boom generation started, it created demand for suburbs, created demand for automobiles, created demand for mass transportation. As those baby boomers started to grow, it created demand for elementary schools, junior high schools, and high schools. And then it created demand for colleges, junior colleges, and back then, to a lesser extent, the even higher levels of education than college. But it made all of that expensive. And then those people that got to go out in a job, it made suits expensive, made starter homes, starter apartments expensive. And then as they went through their career, which back then was ahead of them, healthcare, Medicare, retirement, insurances, stocks. That was his argument. Stocks are going to get expensive. And then as that cow goes through the boa constrictor, let's call it a calf, you can see it. And as it gets to the end of the boa constrictor, the population gets old. So it's going to make nursing homes expensive, retirement homes, vacation homes, cruises, travel, and this, he said, this is how you've got to plan for your investments. And his big themes were basically real estate, but also healthcare was what it came down to. So I think the baby boom generation is almost entirely reaching its point of really not spending a lot of money on anything. They have a house, they have their old suits, they have their memories. They're not going to buy much more. So in this country, a lot of people own more than one home, and they might start selling their extra homes. And who's going to buy them all? The population, the next generation is smaller. And in fact, that generation, I forget what it's called, X, is in its early 40s, which is usually the start, or by then anyway, people start leveraging up and buying homes. But interest rates are high and prices are sky high. And is that a viable model? So I go back to this gentleman. Maybe the baby boom generation ruined it for everybody else. I think Bill Clinton's generation of hedonism and self-centeredness and greed might have done it too. But all right, let's see if I can show you G-Bucks traded 201 shares today, so I don't know what your point is. Are you disappointed? My opinion of what that means is it's like a pendulum, or it's like when you're on a roller coaster. You come over the top, you come right down to the bottom, and it's screaming down to the bottom. And then it starts to turn up, and there's that moment where it's very quiet, and then the engines start pulling you up. That's what I think. I think G-Bucks is going to turn around. And I think low volume means that we have seen the attempted sell-off. But we'll find out if I'm right. I think Trump wants lower interest rates to refinance the debt. Yeah, sure. But guys, I don't know what it is. There are no Supermans. There are no Captain Americas. I don't know if that's a good comparison. There are no Batmans. There are no Hulks. There are no I can't think quickly enough. Nobody's going to come rescue us. Nobody. In fact, most people out there don't give a thought to what's happening to us. And that's the same way with interest rates. As much as Donald Trump wants to get interest rates down, he can't, in a vacuum, get that done. He's smart, though. I'm always amazed. His intelligence, his information must be really good. Or that guy has been thinking about all of this for a long time, or he's just intuitive. But one way to get interest rates down is to cause a recession, cause doubt, cause the economy to look like it's going to contract. And then the Fed will interest rates, even though lower interest rates, even though they don't want to do anything good for Trump. But middle ground. The Fed is impotent. What's that joke about being important and impotent? The Fed is impotent. They talk a lot. They do control overnight rates, no question. And they can expand their balance sheet, no question. And that can have dramatic, both talking, overnight rates, and expanding their balance sheet or contracting it can have huge effects. But they can't do it alone. And it is necessary. I'm not saying if the Fed does nothing, Trump can't cause something to happen. But it's just not, let's be politically correct. There's no Supergirl. So the bond market has to go along with it. And I've tried to show you two things. One is new to my thought process. Specifically, it's been in my head for a couple of years, but I have never studied it. So I feel like I can't stand on the information as much as I can with oil and gas and climate change. Those things I've studied, and economics. But one thing that would cause the bond market to freak the F out is if the trading desks realized there wasn't enough cheap oil in the world to quote unquote grow the economy anymore. you would see the bond market deflate as quickly as a man's ego if the hot chick said, I'm with him. It would collapse. The other thing is population. In general, there have been studies, which I have not read in detail, so I don't know if they're good or not, but they seem good, that the world's population, particularly in some areas, is on the verge of collapse. In most societies, women need to have 2.1, 2.2 children each to maintain a population. Well, women are spending their hot years, the years when they're sexually appealing to men, screwing around, increasing their body count, getting PhDs that men don't care about, and taking training jobs and taking positions that men don't care about in their woman. But the women think this makes them valuable. And then they retire, and the men who could have had those jobs went to work as a bartender. And then the woman who's now making so much money, she doesn't want to date the bartender because he doesn't make enough money, because the jobs aren't infinite. There's a limited number of those jobs. But anyway, this is what's this great revolution of feminism is turning roles on their head, changing the structure of the dating scene. And hey, it's great. It's absolutely wonderful. Everyone's happy. Women, when they get into their 40s, not married, they're as happy as they can be. It's just been a great experiment. But what it's done is we're not having children anymore. And then women will say, well, men aren't doing it. They don't want to commit. Well, the women are all dating the same 5 guys. It's weird what's going on. Women are all willing to share the men 6'2" or taller and the men making $500,000 a year. They're willing to share them. There's not that much room for children. Anyway, I'm not trying to judge it. I'm an old guy. I screwed up my own love life. But where population is going down, and that's in general. Specifically, China. This is the one, I don't know if my information is good, but China might only have 800 million people. And if the bond market gets that, it'll collapse. So what does collapse mean? At first, it means interest rates go to 15, 19, 20, 25%. That means home prices go down. We're all in nightmare city. But then it means deflation as bonds default, asset values drop, it's deflation, and that's what Bernanke was afraid of. And it's really difficult to pick an economy up off the mat if there aren't enough young people working, if asset values are low, if banks have gone out. It's a bleak picture, and that's why if population is so low in China, these are just 2 out of the blue things. Saudi Arabia suddenly isn't exporting oil. China only has half the population that they've announced. Imagine these 2 things, what it does to the bond market. But anyway, those could be crazy ideas, and everything can carry on the way it is. But I really think each of us has to start thinking as if we're our own central bank. Hey, I am almost legend. Thank you for that. Are you you must be a coach or maybe a father or maybe you're a songwriter or a minister, but that's terrific. That really is very kind advice. Their misery doesn't deserve your company. Thank you. That's the I wish I could somehow take a picture of it, but that's the word. Those are the words of the day. Their misery doesn't deserve your company. I was up at FedEx, I don't know, 3 years, 4 years ago, and I had to get subscription documents overnighted for a company I was raising money for. And it was urgent because the money needed to be wired. And I think it was a Friday night, might have been a Sunday, might have been a Saturday, but it was one of the weekend nights. And it had to be there Monday. And I'm not good at it. It was huge documents, 84 pages each. And I had to do a bunch of them, and I had to do it on the card and get the machine to print it, scan it, collate it, put the signatures in with the original, because people would send the signatures, but they wouldn't send the original pages. So I had to get that. Anyway, I needed the woman's help, and she was very nice, but she was busy, and there were two machines, but one of them broke down. And in like a whirlwind came this self-important woman who had her own deadline, and she had left it to the last minute. Maybe she had been out drinking, or maybe but she had a deadline, and she comes in, and I'm using the machine, and she's raising her voice, and she's hinting and huffing and puffing, and she had to get it done by 4 o'clock deadline or something. Like she was a journalist for the Washington Post, or she was a famous author, something. She was famous. I don't remember her name, but she let us know she was famous. And so I looked at her and I said, well, once this run goes through, I can pull my paperwork away and you can go ahead of me. So I thought that was mighty, kind of me. But she harumphed. She didn't calm her down. She was going on, and then she had problems. And the woman behind the counter was backed up. She had a line, and she was busy. But this woman just went into paroxysms of, I'm on a deadline. I need to get this done right now, and you're holding it. So the woman stopped everything she was doing, came over to help. The woman behind the desk came over to help this prima donna, and the prima donna just kept going. And the kind woman helped and got it done. But this, as you put it, misery just overwhelmed everybody. And she did what she had to do. She missed her deadline, but it was still time to, I guess, get it in the overnight. She waddled up to the counter, mouthing off, and I said something. I said, hey, ma'am, I just stepped out of line. I gave you the machines. Can't you be thankful that people are trying to help you? Well, and she goes on, and I said, you know what, you're really ungrateful. And she said, well, you can go to hell. And she said it as loud as she could. The woman behind the counter said, ma'am, I could say the same to you, but you're there already. I never forgot that. She said, you're there already. That made me laugh, made me smile. So this statement's in that category. NIK 69, I couldn't care less that you're out of the loop on MMTLP. I think you're a shill, but I am going to talk about MMTLP, but I don't care that you're out of the loop. If you're out of the loop, why waste my time? Your time is so important. You can't read news. You can't Google. I'm not here to do your homework so you can go out and get drunk every night or do whatever you're doing. So I'm going to talk about MMTLP, but it's specifically not going to be for you. Subpoenas for SEC and others. Yeah, there'll be COPs. It's a moment. I forget what I said. It's a moment. It's a moment. I don't remember what I said. Ana Luna is way hotter than AOC. I think that's right. Ana Luna Paulina's hotter, but I think AOC's pretty hot if the light catches her the right way. Of course, you can't always count on that light. And then once she starts talking, it's a problem. The talking. But you got to admit, she's kind of hot. All right, so no settlement news yet on MMTLP. I want to get into that. I don't know what you guys are smoking. I really don't, but let's talk about it. Has Ham been on? No, he hasn't. So if you don't want to be here, don't be here. I think MMTLP has gone from stale to riveting. I'm excited to see what happens in the coming months. It may take time, but good always wins. Well, I think you're right on that. I think right now MMAT is riveting, but I really think if you are stubbornly staying in MMTLP and not transferring to NextBridge, you're your own worst enemy and you deserve what's coming. I say that respectfully. I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but that's just, is there a connection between leaps and androids and a very low birth weight? I think a low birth rate comes from several things, but in the first instance, it's the economy. People don't think they can afford children. Secondly, I think women don't understand what men look for in a wife. It's not that they want purity, but they want some virtue. And I don't think that virtue exists anymore. So women, at least as I understand it, it's not, I can't prove it to you, but a lot of hot women, so to speak, a lot of attractive women, a lot of middle range women have just become online comfort girls for men. You date, you meet. I talked to one wonderful young lady about it. She took time to explain. And she said, look, I met my boyfriend on one of those sites. And I said, you trust each other? She said, yeah, we both stopped. But she said, now in college, you got to understand, it's just not the same as when you went through. In college, most women are going to have slept with 40, 50 men by the time they get out. This apparently is empowering. That's fine. I'm not judging it, but it's not what men are looking for. But women have been sold this feminist lie that this empowers them. women aren't men. And most men don't behave that way. Only the creme de la creme can get away with it. And guys like me, when I was younger, apparently I had something. How do I know? It's gone now. But she said how it works is you meet, you connect on one of these apps, you meet, you talk a little bit, and you say, all right, hey, you want to still do it? Sure. Do you want to do it? Sure. Now, you're not going to call me afterward. You're not going to, no, I won't. And then you go do it. Well, I think that whole evolution of empowerment for young women has been disastrous for marriage and having children. I also think feminism has been disastrous. The lie that you can put your eggs, freeze your eggs, and have it all. It's just, you can't have it all in life. That's why you have regrets at the end of your life, because you can't have it all. Nobody can have it all. Nobody can have it all. Marlon Brando got toward the end of his life, and he said, I wish I had been a painter of masterpieces, because then I would be immortal. And of course, when you read it, you're thinking, this is one of the greatest actors in the world. But he knows that in 5, 10, 15 years, he's an afterthought. So he had a regret. But you can't spend your life being a great actor and being a great painter. You can't do both. But anyway, that's the lie feminists have taught. I personally think ugly women have tried to train beautiful and attractive women to live the misery that they live. But that's probably unfair. And by the way, I live misery, so I'm not picking on anybody. The other thing that I think is going on, and of course, women blame men, like I think you're saying androids, but you're also, they want to just sit and play games. But I think it's also that whilst women have pursued these new roles because the patriarchy stole this and suppressed them, women have been unwilling for men to take on new roles. So there's just not that many men that women want to marry. There just aren't. And all of it adds up to kind of the, oh my God, I'm getting old, so let me get pregnant by the last guy I'm dating. And you get one kid, no father. I think it's a really sad, maybe it's the best thing that's ever happened to mankind, this ultra feminism. Maybe it's just the best thing so that women are not suppressed and the patriarchy doesn't destroy them. I don't know. All I know is there are consequences of changes in behavior. But I would think the biggest thing is that there's no certainty that people can't afford it. But then Korean Yoon, I don't know about in the rest of the world, but in the United States, marriage and fatherhood is a really bad deal for men. Really bad deal. The courts are feminized. The laws are feminized. Women vote more than men do, and in lockstep. So if a man who's making less money and his ability to be trained and spend 15 years learning a career, his seat is taken away by a woman because of DEI, and then she does it for a while, finds out she doesn't really like to do it and leaves. Well, he's already out of that market. He's a waiter, or he picks up a guitar, or he's working for the city as a lineman or something. He's not making a lot of money. Well, women don't want to marry him. They don't want to marry him because he's not bringing his fair share, and so they don't marry him. But if he does get married, she will keep looking. She'll sabotage it. This is what happens a lot. There's children, and once there's children, she's not as interested. And then divorce. And what happens in court? Not always, but enough. A man loses everything. He loses everything. Allegations are terrible. Women can lie about what happened, and men can't say anything. And so I'm not saying this is what always happens. I'm not saying it's what you do, but I'm saying a lot of men look at the deal of marriage. You get married, the woman, it's going to break up, the woman's going to go and take the children, and then you're going to spend money until the children are 18 or 20. It's a hell of a price to pay for being stylish. Anyway, that's all those reasons. And it feeds on itself. If women have fewer children, there's fewer women to have children. And if they have fewer children, maybe it's just the planet, Korean. Maybe it's just the planet making sure the planet survives, because we've done a pretty good job of overwhelming the planet's systems. I don't know. I don't really have a reason. I say Mmtlp. I own Nexbridge, but it's exciting. Yeah, we all say, I say Mmtlp. I don't own that. I have Nexbridge. It's exciting, but are we fighting the windmills, or are we trying to make money? Or both. Or both. The world population is over 8 billion. So I think plenty of people are having children, lots of laughs. Well, that's certainly what I've always thought. And I've always thought the population is going to go much higher. But Alia, if China does not have 1.4 billion, but only has, let's say, 900 million, which is what I'm hearing, your numbers are wrong. There's only 7.5 billion. And if you want to break that down, what you're saying, that's fine. Maybe you would argue that in Egypt and Nigeria, and I don't know where, Saudi Arabia, they're having a lot of children. But it doesn't mean they're doing that in Canada or Europe or Japan or South Korea or China. So I don't think my point is way off, but yeah. 8 billion. Yeah, you're right. The world Nixx is $1.80. I own some Nexbridge and some Mmtlp. I hope I haven't shot myself in the foot either way. I think you're a shill. So you haven't shot yourself in the foot. You don't have a foot. If interest rates go up to 15%, well, that's true. Probably Korean Yoon, if that happens, it's going to be tricky. But I think you're going to want to buy government debt or maybe the best municipal bonds. But corporate debt and banks, they may be a real risk. Anyway, we'll find out. Writing is a strength of mine, so analogies and metaphors are always at hand, just like your G-Bucks. What a ride it is so far. I'm yellows that you're a writer. I wish I could write. Um, I know it takes training, and I know it just takes practice. My brother's a pretty good writer, technically. He says I write well. I don't think I do. I can't spell. And, you know, certain things catch my eye. Like nowadays, everybody says him. Well, him being 300 pounds, he couldn't sit on the tricycle. What? Yeah, him being a left-hander, it's totally wrong, but everybody does it. The thing is, I can't give you why it's wrong. That's what drives me crazy. I don't know why it's wrong. And my sister corrects me in life. She's corrected me, and it embarrasses me. But I don't mind it. I'd rather be corrected for my English than not. I remember one time a friend of mine from high school who dated a good friend of mine who lovely, and her sister lived near I guess my sister dated their brother briefly, but we were all really close. And this guy started dating Rose. And one time we went to, I guess we were leaving a football game, or we were leaving somewhere. And John was driving his pickup truck, or three, I don't know. But Rose had a big car, and I was sitting right next to Rose, and she was great. And I remember what was playing on the radio. It was, what song is it you all want to hear? If I leave here tomorrow. Anyway, you can probably fill it in. It was a two directional highway, and something happened with the truck, and Rose plowed in, and so there was a big accident, and I wasn't wearing a seatbelt, but she did a good job, and I was strong enough to stop. Nobody got hurt. But anyway, that guy became a friend of mine. John did. That was a binding experience. And I went to one school because of my, I went to one school, but he went to another so he could prove himself and then apply. And sure enough, he did. He went to a different school and then got in sophomore year. And he was giving me a ride, and it was a truck. He was giving me a ride back to my dorm. And what did he say? He said, I can't remember now, but he said something in perfectly understandable series of words, but I corrected him as my sister corrected me, and I would correct my sister. He slammed on his brakes. I'll never forget it. He slammed on his brakes, he reached over and opened my door, and he said, "You can walk from here." And I said, "John, what are you upset about? I was just saying that's not how you're supposed to say that." And he said to me, "You knew what the F I meant." And I looked at him. I had to agree with him. I did know what he meant. So I got out of the truck and walked back to my dorm. What was it that he said that I corrected? Something stupid. Anyway, I wish I could write. I think you're very fortunate. It's a skill. It's a skill beyond any other. Hey, Donna, Barbara. If the light catches her right. That's from Arthur. AOC is kind of hot. I think she's, wouldn't. Processed food, sugar. It could be all that. Yeah, it could be all that. Guys talking, these girls have been around. I'd rather not get married. Yeah. Why buy the cow if you get the milk for free? Well, that's true too. And a weird thing, I don't know, Miguel, I don't know. I'm not a, I don't know what. But apparently, I think it's oxycodone or something, but there's the pair bonding. Women can bond with their child, and then the guy kind of drifts away. But women apparently run out of that ability. They can pair bond more than once. Don't get me wrong, they can do it more than once. But apparently after a certain number, I don't want to state the number that I heard, they can't do it anymore. So I don't think that's true of guys. I had a friend who had it all going on, you know, athlete, making money, tall, built like everything, kept his mouth shut so women could project on him everything they wanted. He would plan ahead. He would tell me how he'd plant the seeds. It said it's like farming, and then you reap it later on. Anyway, the whole thing. So I'm sure he was quite a player. He used to come to the bar after guys like me would buy everybody drinks. He'd come in sober and pick whoever was. But anyway, one night I was with him, and this really great girl that I also had quite a light for. He pulled the picture out of his wallet, and he was drinking. He knew I was at that time. I mean, he could drink a whole beer in one gulp. A different kind of skill than mine, but he pulled that out, and that was, I don't know, 6 years old or 7 years old, and he still, that was the one. And I think that's more how men are. But women seem to be able to turn the page. One period of time they're with you, then you show up and they have a smile on their face as they come around the corner after they buzzed you in, and then they see it's you, and they called the guy there's apparently dating now, say, "Hey, I can't see you this weekend," and then they let you know, "I'm seeing somebody else," just like that. I don't know, guys. I guess guys can do it if they're lying to someone or they're playing someone. I don't know. It's all complicated. I don't have the answers. I think the timing of androids, robots, Absolutely. China's all robots. We aren't yet, but you're absolutely right. My wife went to school, became a veterinarian, and wants to be a stay at home mom. She works 6 to 8 days a month. Her empowerment went out the window when she became a mommy. Yeah, and it's okay. Look, I'm all for women doing what they want to do and having equal opportunity and all of that. I guess what I think in fairness is they should start to let men have different roles because we all can't make, there's not enough jobs to go around. There's not enough training to go around. But most women do drop out. I don't think that's bad, but they do. It's what I experienced constantly. They drop out. Men don't have that choice. They got to keep going. Um, anyway, I just think there's got to be discussion of the roles. And I think it's great that she dropped out and became a mommy and became a veterinarian. I think women should have the right to go to school and the right to become CEO and the right to, but how many of them work their way up from the ditch digging and bricklaying and painting houses and I don't know. I don't know. And why should they? I don't know. I work every damn day. Um, most states divide everything down the middle. Well, even that can be unfair. Um, but yeah, men lose half of everything they own. Um, uh, and in most cases where the man is working, the assets, he brings the assets in and he makes the assets. A friend of mine said that what women do is wait at the finish line and choose amongst the winners. So a lot of men spend a lot of time accumulating assets and, and then they bring it. It gets complicated. Um, I don't know how to do it. I I think it'd be great if people could just stay married, but that's hard too. So there's no easy answers. I don't claim to have a perfect answer. People think women lie. That's why most abused women are not believed in courts. Well, women do lie. Um, there are many situations where, and you know, you can believe it or not, but women accuse men of rape. Um, there was, I'm trying to remember the case, and I don't remember it, but there was an African American, a black guy. I don't know what term they used back then, but back in the 50s, I think it might have been the 60s. And I'm sure it happened more than this one case, but this woman said that she was raped. And the poor guy paid with his life. He was killed, hung. And she's white. He's black, I guess. So you got to hang him. But turns out that it was consensual. It was consensual. And she lied about it because she didn't want her husband to know. Women do lie. Don't presume they don't. I'm not saying all women. No, I didn't say that. And I trust women. I believe women tell the truth. Women tell the truth. But I think this idea that went around that you have to trust all women is a bunch of crap. Women lie, men lie. People are human beings. And I personally think the men who lie get laid a lot. And there are a lot of men who lie and they abuse. I think it's abusive. Um, I think I'm totally against abusing women, by the way. And I think you should listen. But there used to be a rule that you needed a witness. I don't know how practical that is. But it is a fact women lie, and they don't care if the man pays the price. So I guess we disagree. And just be clear, I'm not saying all women lie. And I am saying that you should, if a woman's been abused or says she is, you got to give her all the benefit of the doubt. But I'm sticking up for men a little bit because there's lots of situations where men get railroaded and blamed and they don't have a chance and they're not believed. They're not believed. If a woman accuses a man of I don't know, child something or other, that man's life is ruined. Ruined. If in a job a woman accuses a man of, I don't know what, grabbing her from behind, his life's ruined. You know, and men are abused too. I mean, Rodney Dangerfield once said, you know, he was talking about how difficult it was for him to get his start in comedy. He said, "You'll never believe how many women I had to sleep with to get where I am." Anyway, it's a joke. Abused women can't afford good lawyers, so they get screwed. Yeah, a lot of men can't afford lawyers either. There's always Gloria Allred. Pay child support up to 22 in New York. That's a long time. The birth rate is down in rich countries. That's true. It probably has more to do with the uncertainty of the world. Scared. Yes, I think that's fair, Alia. I think that's fair. Thoughts on Freddie and Fannie Mac stock? I wouldn't touch it. Look, guys, if you're Mr. Wu, if you're looking for shorts, I think we've learned that it doesn't seem to work. Every now and then it does, and we keep chasing them, and I think it's worth the attempt. And I think Ham is able to find shorts. But I think in the case of Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, odds are that's way under control, way under control. If you wish to get into a short that's certain, buy silver. Go buy silver. I think you're going to experience a short. I think it'll go from, let me just use low numbers, 30 to 90 or so. It might go to 100, 110, 120. It might just go to 90. 30 to 90, back down to, let's say, 50. And then you could see the darn thing move. But that's just on demand. If there's a squeeze and a buy-in on silver, there's no Lynn Partners to release the pressure valve. I don't think a short position in those stocks is much of a rumor. Those stocks were destroyed 15 years ago, and I don't think those short positions ever disappeared. Many here in the chat thinks William is being negative on Mmtlp, but he is correct. It is worthless. Shareholders will be lucky to receive pennies on the dollar. It will end in a class action lawsuit. I think that's an accurate assumption. And I want to finish my talk on that. I have these slides. I do disagree with William in regards to Nexbridge. I think my 500 shares, which I hold physically in physical form, are worthless. I think their bankruptcy is in the near future. Too many lawsuits. All right. That, I think, is a fair statement of the risk of Nexbridge. I don't think it means you should hang on to your Mmtlp, which I agree it's just nothing. But I think where I disagree with Bill on Nexbridge, I don't think it's a foregone conclusion that Nexbridge is worthless. But I have to agree with Bill that it is more than just a possibility. What are the odds? Let's see. Bill, I'd have to give it 50-50, and I might even go as high as 60-65% that the coordinated actions by criminals taken against Nexbridge could successfully destroy the company and make it worthless. But I would give it, I don't know, 35-45% that Greg McCabe et al. Can pull it through. I also think a bull market in oil prices could do it. But there's real risks there. Oil could rally in a war, but oil can also get under pressure if there's a stock market crash or economic crash. So there is a huge risk in Nexbridge shares, huge. There's a risk of dilution and bankruptcy. I do agree with you. So I'm not saying buy any, but I think Mmtlp, you're guaranteed nothing. Nexbridge, at least you have a shot. But it looks ugly right now. I agree with you, Bill. I agree with you. So it's a fight. Hey, PS71. Based on my knowledge of Wall Street. Yeah, it's good. Look where it's gotten us. Is it odd that Roth invests in Fngr and then months go by before the report is issued? What would you say is a normal time frame? I don't think Roth invested in it. I think Roth acted as a broker and slightly as an investment bank. They pulled documents off the shelf. They have attorneys, and they quickly modified existing documents for an offering. I think Roth Capital called around to their so-called institutional investors, family offices, and pre-positioned the deal. So you could argue they did some work, but all they did, gleefully, in my opinion, is call, I don't know, 3 hedge funds and say, hey, do you have an interest? We got a company here that is about to get out of an arrangement with Univest, and they want $5 million. And the client probably said, what's the stock trading for? 270. What's the volume? Oh, it's, I don't know, 30,000 a day. All right, we'll do it. How much money do they need? 5 million. Well, can you give us 2 weeks? Sure, we can give you a month. We can give you 3 weeks. We can give you as long as you need. Why don't you just call us? So then the hedge fund starts selling Fngr in the open market, and they bring it down from 270 down, and they get it even below 150. But on average, the hedge fund, whoever it is, let's say they net out $2. And they say, all right, here's the terms we'll do it on. You need 5 million. We want 1.5 warrants, 5 years at $1.50. And they cross the stock with the money they've already sold, taken out of the market. They give that money. So there was no risk to the hedge fund. It's not really an investor. They just sold stock that didn't exist and give that money to Fngr Motion. And Fngr Motion provided shares that they could offset. Hey, presto. What a great transaction. So the hedge fund, let's say their average was $2. They sold, I don't know, 3.5 million shares. It's got 50 cents in it. They book $1.5 million profit for doing nothing. They book $1.5 million. They put it against their P&L for that month. Well, then they have the warrants, and they start selling. And they call their buddies in, and they start day trading. And so the hedge fund has a trading desk, and the trading desk starts shorting the stock. Why? Because they got the hedge. They know they can exercise these warrants at $1.50. So they just start trading stock that doesn't exist, selling stock that they don't own, driving it down to $1. And they go back and forth, and they move it around in a daisy chain. And then they call that person and that person. They pay off there, and they make more money every single day. And what they need is guys like us buying it. And then they sell it down, and it just goes on and on and on and on and on and on and on. And we're fighting a war. They just want to make money today. They just want to make money this week. They just want to have a good month. That's what goes on. So what Roth Capital did was provide a product for their client, which isn't Fngr Motion. Their client is the hedge fund. Roth Capital makes money facilitating, looking the other way, providing documents that paper up a fake investment banking transaction. And then they just take the money of shares that were sold that Roth Capital should have sold. Roth Capital should have had a roadshow. Roth Capital should have gone out at $2.50 and done the hard work to raise money at $2.50 where the stock was trading. But instead, they just give it to their criminal client who sells stock they don't own, drives it down, and then all Roth did is alert them. They alerted their client that this young girl, parents just got a divorce, and the father was thrown in prison, and the mother is in the hospital, and this girl doesn't have anywhere to sleep. She needs some shelter, and the guy drives up in the gold Cadillac and says, hey, you can sleep with me, and you can sleep in my house. I'll take care of you. And then slowly, oh, by the way, I've got some friends, and slowly dawns on her that what he really wants is for her to start having a little Congress with these men, and it goes from there. And by the way, that's what happened to Ricky Lee Jones. You can read her book, Last Chance Texaco. I don't think it's a little unsaid. I'm not sure she ever got to the point of that happening, although Tom Waits broke up with her, but she did get hooked on heroin. And that's what Roth Capital does. They let their clients know, hey, we got a CEO and a company, public company, who needs capital. The client drives up in the gold Cadillac, says, hey, you can stay over here with me for a while, get out of the rain, and everything's great. What a great person. Oh, Roth is such a great person. And then as things calm down, hey, I got a few friends, they want an escort. They want to have a good time, and this is how they'll do it. And if you're feeling a little bit down, here's a little bit of heroin. It'll get you through it. And next thing you know, the client, the corporation is hooked on the heroin and maybe the money from the men just to sustain themselves. And the pimp, Roth Capital, he's the hero. But I don't think Roth Capital invested at all. And in that context, I don't think they ever even analyzed Fngr motion prior to the deal. They may have. I could be totally wrong. I think they had time to, because I think they wooed Fngr motion away from Univest by action. But I don't think they ever intended to put out a research report. That's my view. Now, mechanically, what could it be other than my view? What could it be? The audit. And if Fngr motion decided to wait for 25's audit, the analyst probably, out of caution, said, you know what, I got to see those audited numbers. And that's fair enough. That could be the reason that a report was delayed. I'm not saying that everybody at Roth is a bad guy. They do have institutional brokers. They do apparently have retail brokers, and they all could be 100% honest. And most of the team could be honest. It just takes one or two people in the right place to look the other way. And that's what happens. And I think Roth Capital, in the case of Fngr motion, took the easy way out and facilitated making a fast buck for short sellers who are their big clients in the case of Fngr motion. Now, was that a terrible deal for Fngr motion? Yeah, I think it's pretty bad. Because I think the warrants, in ways I cannot explain to you, but in some ways I can, but in other ways I cannot explain to you. What warrants used to do is an investment bank, so-called, would come in and provide the company, or a fund would provide the company, they'd get the warrants. They'd sell the stock, which would get their capital back, maybe at a profit, maybe flat, maybe at a loss. They'd keep the warrants. So they'd have a free look to the upside, and they could go do it again. And that's normal. Is it fair? I don't know, but that's normal procedure on Wall Street. But in this case, I think the warrants are there to facilitate short selling. And my opinion, I can't prove it, is the lawyers who get involved look, they present to, I don't know, to Alpine, to Goldman Sachs, to Fidelity, to prime brokers around the street. Hey, we've got warrant coverage for whatever that works out to, 5 million shares. And it lasts for 5 years. We want to start selling stock against that. They don't put it so bluntly. It's not in emails, but they know what they're doing. They're selling the stock down from $1.50 down to $1 and lower, so that they can book profits in and out, booking profits. And their risk is capped at $1.50. What's the risk of short selling to a prime broker? Infinite upside risk. What does the warrant provide? A cap on that risk at $1.50. Where I think the lawyers lie is they sell that 5 million in warrants more than once. They sell it to 10 prime brokers. Sell it. It's not selling. It's just they give a comfort letter. They give a letter. So I think then the short sellers can start playing in 10 ballparks instead of one, and all 10 ballparks think they have coverage up to 5 million. And there the story starts again. And the selling supply is massive. It's self-fulfilling. In the case of a stock like Fngr needs to raise more money. So that's the risk in Fngr. Is next time they come to market, Fngr doesn't start at $2.70, it starts at $1.20. That's the risk, and that's the risk they count on. That's what they force. And Adina Friedman loves it. Loves it. Because she gets to be powerful. She wears the short high heels because she's tall already. Well, wears them in. Wears the long coat to hide her butt because it's expanding. I'm being mean, but I'm doing it on purpose because she is hurting people. She is hurting people. But anyway, I don't think Roth Capital ever intended to put out a research report. I didn't know that. I have the benefit of hindsight. But from December through January, through February, through March, they haven't put out a report. You fill in the blank. I also think Roth Capital did not do what an investment bank should do in the aftermarket. So I think it was a short selling deal. Now, I asked you a question, was it okay for Fngr Motion to do it? I think so. I think they had to do it. Because, and I'm reading between the lines, but I think if Fngr Motion wanted to keep the exclusivity on that C2 contract, as they call it, they had to fund the vehicles and the installation of the hardware and software. They had to fund it. So they had no choice. If they had waited, they would have sold probably double the number of shares, maybe 3 times the number of shares at 37.5 cents. So I think Fngr Motion did the right thing, taking the deal. But that doesn't take away that I think that the structure of the deal helped the criminals. But both things can be true, I think. Raising the children used to be considered the most important job there was. Today, raising kids is looked down upon. Absolutely. But I don't think, I mean, I know a couple of women I fell in love with over the years, and they ended up different situations with children. And I knew why I fell in love with them, because they're great mothers. They're raising their children wonderfully. And there are a lot of good mothers out there. And those maternal instincts take over. I think fathers are important too, and I think there's a lot of good fathers out there. But this idea that courts don't listen to abused women is true, but the courts don't listen to the men. The assumption is that women provide all children need. I don't know that that's true. I know, well, anyway, I won't give you specifics. Emmett Till, that's it. Emmett Till. Emmett Till. I'm sorry I didn't remember the name, but you can tell that lots of times here my memory isn't so good. But yes, Emmett Till. You're thinking of Emmett Till. He was not a man. He was a 14-year-old boy. I'm so sorry. It's horrible. He was probably tall, big, an athlete. I don't remember. Do you become athletic at 14, or is it later, 16? That's just terrible. And remember, that's what's happening in Gaza Strip. Half the people in Gaza Strip are Emmett Till's age or younger, maybe a little bit older, but in that range or younger. It's a terrible thing. I hope Emmett Till is rewarded in heaven on a great magnitude from the instant he got there, beyond anything he ever expected, for all that was taken from him. You need evidence in court to win. Well, so do men. How does a man say, look, it works both ways, but how does a man say, oh, he raped me, he put me down, and I said, no? How does a man prove against that? No, I didn't do that. That's not what happened. It's tough, both. That's why men stay away from the marriage game. Yes, women get abused in marriage, but not all women and not all men. But men cannot win in court. It's very unlikely that a man is going to win in court. It's very difficult. So what's the best solution? Don't get married. It's a lonely. Junk Savvy and Curtis mentioned major short positions in Fannie Mae. Well, Junk's great and Curtis is great. I'll look into it, Mr. Tang Wu. I know I dismissed it, but I'll look into it. Let me write it down. I have a great deal of respect for the thinking of Junk Savvy and for Curtis. Large short in Fannie Mae. That's why she divorced him. Hey, Annette, any news on? I was trying to get through it. I'll just go down. Did Ham say anything about G-Bucks? I haven't talked to him today. I hope he's feeling well. I don't know. He kind of didn't sound so great yesterday. But yesterday he said that he thought the shorts were trapped. The way I see it, I could be wrong, but I think G-Bucks is behaving as if the shorts are trapped. But you know, it's hard to catch a short squeeze. But in my opinion, you know all the facts on G-Bucks. Somebody out of Abu Dhabi wrote a letter of intent. I think it was a letter of intent. It might have been an MOU, but I think it was a letter of intent. It's in the news story. To provide $100 million to G-Bucks, which would become definitive on a deal-by-deal, case-by-case basis. All right, here's Ham. Hello.
Are you live?
Hang on, something's gone wrong. Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. Yes, I am live.
Let's go live.
All right, you sound like my dad at the end of his life. Like your voice is gone completely.
My voice is gone completely. That's correct.
All right, there you go.
All right, so I can't speak, but I've been watching, and one of my shareholders, he bought a lot of Tesla calls on the wipeout, and he's got a nice run going back up here. So buying the dip, selling the rips works if you learn how to do it. That's a very volatile name, and that's why he jumped on it. All right, you can make money doing other things and wait for your positions to finally cash in. On Fngr Motion, it's so close. I can't tell you how close I feel it is. I just feel that there's the funds are going to jam this thing, and then we're going to see this big position or an equity stake taken by a big player. I don't know who it is. It just feels like it's right. The market's been wiped out, and the stock's basically in the same spot, which we talked about, William.
Yeah.
The downside in the stock is up, right? We've been saying it.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think it's a great risk-reward entry point.
Right. Everybody wants to jump in these high flyers and to get your ass kicked. It's not easy to trade those names. If you bought Tesla $40 higher, what do? You can't get out. And that's what the danger is. And that's why I try not to say anything about those names. It's very dangerous. GBUX, the short is so dead here. They don't know what to do. I think the stock is 414. They pushed it down. Now they're trying to cover, and there's no selling. That means they're going to have to start moving it back up. So that, and I think that's going to have a nice turn here. And Fngr Motion, I think that's a massive home run, and it's coming up. Where is Fngr Motion? I'm outside, William. I'm trying to stay in the sun.
I hope I don't disconnect you. Hang on.
I'm trying to stay in the sun.
$126. It's green today, up a penny.
So your opportunities are here. I can't believe that Trump hasn't done anything yet with Elon Musk against the SEC. That his stock, Tesla stock, got slaughtered. I can't believe he hasn't said anything or done anything yet. It's mind blowing. I mean, I don't want to sit there and insult him, but at some point, I'm gonna have to.
He's afraid of that.
No, I'm not saying that. It's just that it's asinine. The stock is down 50%. Devin Nunes put up a big fight and did nothing. Right? Anyway, listen, William, I can't talk too much. I have no voice.
Well, did you talk about G-Bucks, or maybe you just did? My brain might have.
I said G-Bucks. The short seller is dead.
Yeah.
They short 2.3 million. They can't cover. ASCM has been exposed, so I think that, between me and you, William, I think that law enforcement is definitely looking about what we're saying, what's going on. I've been hearing that for a long time. I really do believe that they move slow. I mean, just look what they're doing with Epstein. They haven't arrested anybody there yet, but they move slow. But when they do come, they'll get them all. I think ASCM is in a panic because they're exposed. And those guys have been dirty dogs for a long time. Lord knows they don't want anybody looking at their trades or how many companies they've destroyed. Anyway, listen, I'm going to run. Right. I can't talk anymore. I'll try tomorrow.
Okay. All right.
All right. Thanks. Bye-bye.
All right. Bye. I want to go through my slides, but let me just look at one stock. Yeah, Nixx's showing some strength too. I wouldn't wait on Nixx. Let me be clear. I think Nixx is going to, what do you call it? All I can think of is if you're sitting in a truck or a car and you're off the side of the road and your wheels are spinning and you just and nothing happens, so you stop and you go back and you put some sand or gravel and you try, and then you go do it again and it doesn't work. So you gun the engine. I mean, it's not a perfect analogy because who's gunning, but I think the market, I think you're going to see another gunning of the engine to make the wheels spin. And this time, maybe, just maybe, there's enough wood and gravel and dirt that's been put under there, and it's gonna the car's just gonna bolt out onto the highway and be on down the road. So I think Nixx's trading that way right now. But anyway, let me see what Mmtlp. So it's just, even at this year, it's too hard to think about. What do you believe, Fngr? Do you believe Fngr of what? Yeah, but number one, Tom, I could be totally wrong on the motives behind Roth, part of Roth. The people at Roth could be unaware of it because the criminals will set up a family office. They will set up a front, and everybody's driven by the commission. So it's possible that Roth is unaware of the role Roth plays. I don't think so, but it's possible. I don't think Fngr believes that Roth are no good Nixx, but I do think that Fngr probably suspects that if, I don't know, there's 5 buyers of the deal, I bet Fngr suspects one of them might be a short. I think Fngr is keenly aware of the short position. I think they got burned by Lynn Partners. So yeah, I think they know. But I don't fault Martin Shen or Fngr for taking the deal with Roth Capital. I don't fault them at all. They had to do it. $5 million is, I guess you can hear me now, but that $5 million is what's going to allow Fngr Motion to perform on this contract and potentially, maybe over time, probably needs to get paid. Suddenly, some amount of cars or trucks or drones are ordered. I don't know how many 5 million gets, but some amount, let's say 20, I don't know. So you fulfill that. But it's going to take 90 days to get that back. Odds are there's another contract waiting to be fulfilled, and then another, and another, and the delay of getting the 90-day delay, 20 days of getting paid back, making your profit, that transition from starting up your assembly line to getting it up and running and becoming self-funding, because at some point it will be self-funding. Every 90 days, enough money will be coming in to fund the next orders. Plus, you can build in a line of credit to bridge it because you have all this revenue flow. But from here to there is the bear. And I think that's where a company like SAIC would be well advised to come help Fngr. I'm making it up. I have heard zero on any information. But if you're a vehicle manufacturer and you have this contract, that you whiff this contract that could grow and grow and grow, and you're working with Fngr and you're talking to Fngr, you have credit, you have cash, and Fngr just needs, let's say, 9 months to get up to being big enough that they become self-funding. Well, wouldn't it be in your interest as SAIC to provide Fngr with credit? Maybe just do the work without expecting cash. Maybe and maybe you do the work and you take a piece of the company, or maybe you provide capital and you get a piece of the company, or maybe you just help out. Whatever, they'll make a negotiation. I think that'll happen, and then the company will get away from the criminals. But Tom, I think Roth Capital can be a huge blessing for Fngr. So it's weird to say both things, but I think both things exist at brokerage firms, investment banks, and once the company becomes profitable, that criminal side goes away. The risk is too great to help those guys out in that name. And then the name takes on a life of its own. And you could have your short squeeze. So this is the fight we're in. We're in a scrum. I never played rugby. I heard the snap of someone's neck breaking. I think that's what happened, or it was a leg, but I never wanted to get involved. But you're in a scrum, and eventually the ball be thrown back and run down the road. I don't know about the 25% surcharge. I do think that Canada charges us a lot of things. I wonder if, this new guy running Canada, Susan, I forgot his name right now. Do you know where he comes from? I'll give you a minute to think of it, but he's Goldman Sachs. So you've got a little country, just like Italy, Greece, others before him, before Canada. They get taken over by Goldman Sachs. What else do you need to know? I don't think there's much else to know. These aren't honest men. They're not American men. But I can't say that. They're international men. How high does GTI have to go to be reposted? It's not the issue. I don't have time right now to look it up, but there's at least 3 striations of over the counter before you get to NASDAQ. And one of them has a very low threshold. But to get off the expert market, you have to have your filings in place. You have to have your financials filed with the SEC. You have to be current. That's what needs to be done. And then they can start trading. I don't know. I'd have to look it up. I don't know. My guess is they'll get right back where they were because they have all the number of shareholders they need. I think Paul Strickland is capable of getting the paperwork in. I certainly think at, this last time I looked at the stock, it's probably down now, but the stock was trading at almost $70 million. And based on the pro forma, which was described to us, Paul will receive essentially $12 million worth of stock at that ratio. I don't think it'll last, but that's what's being paid to him for taking risk. I don't know what his risk is. I think the whales are out of their mind to let 18, 19% of the company out of the gate go to a functionary. You don't give up 19% of your company without creating value. Value comes from bringing a deal. Value comes from bringing money. Value comes from bringing people and a strategy. So anyway, I don't want to go down that road, but if I were the whales, I would cap that off at some percentage far below 18%. I would much rather just pay him. But one of the things, Phil, that's why I thought of it. One of the things that needs to happen, remember the receiver's going to get 70 grand out of the cash received. 70 grand for 5 months work is pretty good to me, but some people have much higher needs. But I also think the receiver and the attorneys and the auditors need to be paid. So who's going to pay for that? I think that'll be the whales, and possibly it'll be the new company. Maybe they'll come to us. They can come. I forget the cutoff. I think they can come at 1 million. It might be as high as $2 million at a time without all the rigmarole of a big, long SEC approval, and they can raise the money from us, which is my suspicion what they'll do. But they could raise it from the whales too. And what will the whales want in return? I think they'll want a big piece of the company. I mean, if I were a whale and for $1 million, the last time I saw the stock trading, it was like 16 cents. Let's say $1.5 million dollars, and the stock's trading at 15 cents. So I get 1 million shares. I think that works out to. I'm sure I'm screwing up somehow. It's probably 10 million shares, but I'm paying $1.5 million for it, something like that, for 10 million shares, and I get, I don't know, 7% of the company. But, you know, after the clawback and all that, I would really look at the pro forma and the cap table, and I'd say, no, I'm not going to put it in. You're telling me that this guy and maybe one or two other guys with him, maybe the lawyers, I don't know, are going to own 19 million shares for nothing? Well, they took risk. Normally, receivers see capital in a company and they delay the receivership and spend it all. All right, so the argument is the receiver sees 700,000 in cash here, and instead of dragging it out and spending it all, he agreed to work quickly, take risk. He gets 70 grand, but he's taking risk, and he ends up with, he and probably more than one person, he ends up with 19 million shares, and you're going to charge a whale, I don't know, $1.5 million for 10 million shares? I think let me put it this way. If I were representing the whale, which I'm not, I would recommend against it. But whales often know better than I do. And maybe they own a lot of stock, or maybe they're getting paid a different way, or maybe they own part of the preferred, or maybe they can structure it that they get their money back in the first financing. I mean, there's a ways around it, but it always comes down to valuation, always comes down to price. But I'd be really surprised if a whale would put up money to pay for the filings with that kind of uneven distribution of ownership of the post, the post clawback company. But I could be wrong. Maybe the whales don't care, and maybe I'm completely off base. The idea that the receiver took risk, he's getting 70 grand out of the cash, and he took risk by agreeing not to bleed the company to get all of the 700,000 over time. His risk is he's only working for 70 grand, which may or may not come, we've got to admit, if somehow the cash doesn't come, but it should. It's a court order. But he's taking some kind of risk I don't quite understand. So he deserves 19 million shares? I don't know. Just sit down and ask yourself what you paid for your shares. That's a shitload of stock to get for paperwork. And yes, he's good at paperwork, but so are lawyers. So are, I don't know. It's not a personal thing. It's an out of whack valuation. It's an out of whack capital table. And I'd be surprised if that imbalance will survive the whales looking at it. It might, though. It might. What it means to you, Phil, is that it could delay everything. I really would not, if I'm a whale, put up money to pay for the audits and the auditors on that unfair ratio. On the other hand, maybe I can build into my raise, I get ownership of the preferred, or I get ownership of the preferred and last money in, first money out on any claims or raises. That might work. That might work. There's ways around it. But Phil, the bottom line thing to get GTI trading again is they've got to come up with the money to pay the auditors. And maybe it comes out of the 700 grand that gets reclaimed from Reichman and the rest. Or the whales have to put it in. I don't know, but they got to get their finances paid for and filed, and then it'll trade again. I don't know how his trip was, but he enjoyed the fall. Brum bump, brum bump. I was booted out of my account on CS. I was booted out of my account. And Charles Schwab? Yeah, I know there's something wrong with my connection. I'm sorry. I've got to improve everything. Many public companies in China have benefited over recent months from lower interest rates domestically. It's good timing for Fngr. Yes, I think it is good timing. And I've said so. I am starting to I have a good friend of mine that I trust who's been telling me for at least a year that China's in trouble. And I used to have somebody, they stopped doing it. They sold their property. But I used to have a friend who was always interacting with China, selling iron ore that her father had in southern Spain, but they sold the property. So I don't get that feedback anymore. But she would let me know how the demand was going for iron ore. And obviously, that's a pretty good clue. But middle ground, I think interest rates are lower in China because I'll give you one example. And I'm going to maybe be wrong in how I state this. But I understand. So this quote is going to have to be a magnitude quote because I'm not positive if it's true that the debt issued inside of China is 300% of GDP, where ours is 125. But I think that's the case. Or the debt issued inside of China for real estate debt is 300 times the capitalization of the banks. Sorry, my memory is screwing up on that statistic. But the point is that China has really lent out money at a much higher leverage than we have to real estate. And what I believe for a number of years, based on my peak oil analysis study, and one of the reasons I got into real estate and located young kids who I got to become developers who had never developed before in DC was because $25 a gallon gasoline, $30 gasoline was going to drive people to live in cities. Well, it's all been delayed. And once my friend who I worked with at Merrill Lynch and have known for a long time, he's very wealthy. He's a Dartmouth grad. He married a woman who's extremely wealthy. So he inherited a lot of wealth, so he thought he's a genius. But he's greedy. And he, once he met my team that I put together, he said, what does it have to do with me? And he started doing business here because he's a greedy man. And that's how it goes. But that I've learned a lot in all that process, and I guess that's life. But in China, what I thought was happening was that China was having the foresight to build cities so that people could move into cities, and then they could have high-speed trains and highways that connected cities, but mostly people lived in cities with electric vehicles and walking and mass transit, which we don't do here. So I figured that's why they were building these ghost cities. And they overbuilt, because whenever you have central planning, you're not going to get it exactly right. So I figured that's why they had extra real estate. Well, I'm starting to hear it showed up over this last New Year's celebration. And I have some Chinese friends that I should call and find out. But apparently, people are missing in China. Not a few, but many people are missing. They're gone. Beijing has a density of population just like New York City, but the streets aren't crowded, the roads aren't crowded. Where are the people? So one of the reasons could be that, and I have to check this, but it could be that China's population is not 1.4 billion, and it could be hundreds of millions of people lower. Well, in that case, and what I've heard is real estate in China that sold for, I don't know, 2 million yuan. It's now trading at 9,000, and it goes unclaimed. That's the reason interest rates are down. That's not particularly good for the economy of China. It makes China very dangerous, and I think it could go to war. But I think it means, like you're implying, middle ground. I think it means that China it's a good timing potentially for Fngr, because what does the government want to do? They want to make sure that it doesn't deflate. They want to prime the pump. They want to get money into the system. Government contracts, best way. Priming the pump in government-directed contracts is probably the most direct way of getting velocity of money to increase. So I think the timing is good for Fngr. Carney was in charge of ESG at Goldman. Canada is doomed. Is that equity, sustainability, and governance, I guess? Mark Carney has 3 passports, served as a central banker for 2 countries. His main residence is in New York, USA, former Goldman Sachs wanker. Congratulations, Canada. Whales, I think I'm a micro guppy. Yeah, me too. Hey, John, get Richard Hoffman to discuss the receiver and the shares. This is not helpful. He already did, middle ground. You weren't on it? He said what's happening. He said that they're going to claw it back to 100 million shares. The receiver receives 19 million shares. The receiver gets 70 grand out of 700,000. These were all rough numbers. They were all rough. There's nothing specifically accurate. And he explained that the receiver, in lieu of taking whatever he could have taken, the receiver was taking risk, so he was entitled to those shares. It was pretty hot. Richard got pretty upset. And, middle ground, I think it's great if you like it. I do. And if you think it's helpful to not talk about it, it's fine with me. It doesn't bother you. Receivers manage the estate. A lot of all that information I already knew prior. Where did I get it? Because others did the work. Doesn't mean he's not doing work. But you work too, don't you? I don't know. Hey, middle ground. I think it's great. I think the receiver deserves 19 million shares because he's not taking the risk. He's accepting risk. The rest of us don't have risk. We have certainty. The rest of us put up money and we had certainty. We didn't take risk. So, yeah. Middle ground. I agree with you 100%. I think you've thought it through, and I'm on your side. Does GTI win, or if it trades? I think it'll be pink sheets, but pink sheets used to have a significance, just like NASDAQ did. Everything in the over-the-counter is basically pink sheets. There are no, if a stock is below the Merrill Lynch rule, there are no trading desks. There are no market makers. So technically, it's all pink sheets. But it's computers. It's all computers. There aren't any pink sheets. Brett, I don't want to look it up right now, but there's at least 3. There might be 4 classifications of over-the-counter trading. And I think the receiver will make sure that GTII qualifies for the highest strata of over-the-counter trading. I think he'll do that. I think he's quite capable of that. BABA is up over 50% since December. Yeah, there's I think there's 3 things going on. I think Xi is, if he really runs everything, but I think Xi is allowing Ma and other companies to start performing again. Secondly, I think the U.S. stock market is massively overvalued, and people are starting to put money back in China, India, Brazil, elsewhere. And I think separately from that sort of rotation, I think any stock market that gets pummeled starts to reverse. I mean, nothing goes straight down, nothing goes straight up. Could it be lower interest rates? Yeah, I don't know, but I think it's government spending. I think it'll be government spending. There are many Chinese companies whose stock prices are up dramatically. Yeah, because nobody was in Chinese stocks. And, that's why you got to look around the corner a bit instead of just relying on headlines. But yeah, there's probably more to go. Finally, you get why Roth did what they did. Roth is garbage. Fngr really hurt themselves and holders. Roth Capital is about all that's who's left. Most of the brokerage firms that did an honest job down in these spaces are gone. Adina Friedman is responsible. FINRA, Cook is responsible. SEC, Gensler is responsible. Crawwell Cheese is responsible. And that's just life. Roth got a deal done, but you're right. That's my opinion too. But having said that, I think Roth has built up institutional capabilities, and there's good men and women working those desks. So I'm not ready to say that all of Roth is garbage. I don't know how it breaks out, but it's certainly this little sliver of Roth. You're right. Are there possibilities that the MMAT BK judge will issue more subpoenas beyond the current? Sure. I would love to see Canaccord and GTS pulled into this. Yeah, sure. I think there's huge possibilities. Yeah. Hilarious reply. I never remember my replies. Top executives from big banks are going to Washington to meet Trump to talk about tariffs. The rats are screwed. Yeah. I think you might be right, but I think there's part of that is magical thinking. Not all of it. And I'm not picking on you because we all are doing it. So just trying to analyze it. When you write it, I hear it differently. Banksters bought Panama Canal. Banksters bought up Ukraine. Banksters are probably going to finance the rebuilding of Gaza. I don't know. I hear it slightly differently. I don't think the banks are riding to our rescue. And I don't think Donald Trump is, I don't know. Maybe he's Aquaman and the banks have to go in the ocean before he can do anything. But he's not Superman. So I don't know. I don't know. Susan, I just got news update. Canada removed the electric surcharge temporarily. I think if GTI trades again, I'll sell immediately. I'm not going to give advice because as soon as I do, it'll go the other way. But I don't think that's wrong. Let me put it that way. You think MMTLP can be solved and paid soon? Not soon. No, not soon. But I think it can be solved. MMTLP won't get anything. Fines will be paid. We won't see a dime. Yeah, that's a distinction. I got to make sure. I think it'll be NextBridge that gives you your reward, not MMTLP. Okay, so none of those came out. Let me try again. Stupid cancer. Stupid cancer. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Let's just do 9 instead of 10. See if that works. Uploading. The market's about to close. Uploading. So it might not work. Okay. Well, let me, I'll just go through and read it to you. So I was talking about MMAT's great technology for helping with 5G on the Windows. That's gone. The shorts, the criminals decided that was worthless. That was a technological breakthrough, worthless. Then Meta had invisible antennas to enhance digital television. Worthless. Criminals know better than you do. Then Meta has a nano heater to protect sensors, and it's transparent to radar. And I don't understand any of what it means, but it does something for self-driving vehicles. Then the nano web transparent sensors in 5G antennas they describe here. The Meta product invisible to the human eye. Meta's product transparent, so it can be integrated into smartphones, windows of vehicles or buildings, or home appliances. The criminal said that's worthless. NanoWeb is flexible, unlike the current technology, foldable. Meta's antennas can operate from low to high frequencies. But hey, the criminals know better. So then the next thing I have here to show you, it's not coming up. You can integrate all this stuff on prescription eyeglasses, $1 market. But hey, the shorts got to figure it out. The company's worthless. And I got to remind you, Adena Friedman does not care. This was a NASDAQ company. All right, I'm starting to come up. Things are starting to appear. I'll show you this one. Okay, these are the fusion glasses. This is something uses less energy, zero water usage, proprietary. But guess what? The shorts decided for you that Metamaterials was worthless and deserved to be bankrupt. All right, there. Here's the benefit for modern living. It is for modern living. Meta invisible antenna for indoor 5G and digital TV. You just put the Meta on the glass. But you know what? In the wisdom of the short sellers, the company needed to be destroyed. And I'm telling you, Adina Friedman is complicit, either because she is an idiot or because she was paid off. Okay, so Meta had 89 patents across lithography, holography, other, LED, something and something, MRI. They're proprietary, custom manufacturing processes, and trade secrets developed over 10 years with multi-million-dollar investments. And the criminals and Adina Friedman decided this company should be worthless. And here's medical applications. The product and the size, $2 billion market, $4 billion market, $15 billion market, $10 billion market, and it's okay with Adina Friedman that shareholders are wiped out. Leading the next stage of invisible, highly functional metamaterials. The growth goes up, and McDermott's point is here, sorry. Multinational, it goes up to proprietary. This is the value creation, and ultimately they are NASDAQ's first ever metamaterials company, first mover advantage. But remember, Adina Friedman sees this, and gleefully she knows that her real clients, the hedge funds, can destroy this company so she can cash $2.5 million a month, because Adina Friedman is there to have the backs of the criminals and talk about women on the boards of companies. Adina Friedman is a joke. Access to non-dilutive government funding. Oh, non-dilutive. Well, Adina will take care of that. Okay, so I'm going to go through here and delete, 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 delete. Oh, here, darn it. Here's the executive team. There's George, and I think he's done a great job. I don't know the rest of them, but these guys right here, I guess the problem is they're white guys. They got toxic male energy. That's probably what did them in. But here is a group of men, 12 years experience, 25 years, 10, 30, 20, CEO, CMO, COO, doctor, MBA. These guys went to work for Meta, and they went in with a bad business plan. They risked their entire careers because they had a shitty business plan, shitty product, shitty markets, and Adina Friedman provides the vehicle so the criminals can come in and wipe this steal. Adina Friedman allows criminals, because she's paid off, she allows criminals to steal the entire market cap and the hard work of these white men, because she wants women on the board of companies. All right, I'm going to remove that. Delete. delete. All right, now let me go. An error occurred. Well, your mama was an error. Let me see if I can make this. All right, so I'm going to go unos, dos, tres. No, Mr. Faulty. It's not too much butter on dos, tres. It's unos, dos, tres. You have to ignore him. He's from Barcelona. All right, these are going to take a while to come up. There's not too many more. But what I'm trying to set the predicate for is some of the things that middle ground is telling me are not helpful. Of course, I'm not talking about GTII in this case. I'm talking about top movers, GTII down, Fngr up, logic flat. Logic flat. I'm supposed to get an update for you on it. Okay, so here's Torchlight's deal, and you'll see Torchlight is raising $100 million through Roth Capital. And I can't read. It's $100 million through Roth Capital Partners. Okay. All right, let me just see what these things say. All right, that one, let me see what it says. Okay, so Roth Capital pre-announces that the deal is going to be offered assuming an offering price of $3.58 a share. That's what it says right there. What do you think happens? It gives an alert to Roth's clients, start shorting the stock. They're real clients. They're real paymaster. All right, let me see. All right, I did that. And let's go here. All right, let me get that one, see what it says. Survey says. All right, they're also, the point of this is they're also issuing the Series A preferred stock, Series B. Let's not spend a lot of time on it because we're already here so long. Then announced on December 15th, 2020, out of Plano, Texas, Torchlight Energy Resources, an oil and gas exploration company, I'm having a hard time reading it, and Metamaterials, a developer of high performance functional materials and nano composite products, announced today that they have released a webcast presentation providing an overview of Meta and introducing George Palikaras, CEO. And I'm sure the shorts were right. They should just destroy that company. And I'm sure that Adina Friedman is right to do nothing about it. Okay, so this is the trading in Torchlight prior to, this is the short-term trading prior to that deal. It ran up to 11. Do you think, and you see the volume down there, do you think Roth Capital's clients started selling stock that didn't exist in the open marketplace so they could just give the company their own money? You don't have to answer it. I already know the answer. This is a longer term chart of Torchlight before it went out of trading. And forever, it traded around the $1 range, up and down, and mostly above it. And then it rallied, pulled back, and it ran. Do you think the criminals sold a lot of stock and then gave it to Roth Capital, or planned on giving it to Roth Capital into the offering? I think so. All right, delete, 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 delete. All right, all right, all right. I used to know a guy that would say that. All right, all right. Okay, let's see. Unos, dos, tres, cuatro, cinco, seis, set, huit. I don't know how to say all that. Never studied Spanish. I should have studied Spanish. It's a speakable language. All right, so let's move on as if those charts are coming up. They're not. The next one is Metamaterials and Lincoln Park Capital Fund enter into a common stock purchase agreement for up to 50 million. Here it is. Remember that when Roth Capital didn't get the deal done, the criminals are still sitting there with all the money they raised out of thin air. So Meta did a deal with Lincoln Park Capital, a bunch of frauds, a bunch of criminals, but they're okay by Gensler, they're okay by Cook, they're okay by Cromwell, they're okay by the Twit at Nasdaq for up to 50 million. Purchase agreement dated September 11th, 2023. And again, they say up to 50 million. And then they go through it. All right, now we're going to go through the Mmtlp. Corporate action and FINRA's role. This is I don't know how to get rid of McDermott, but this corporate action and FINRA's role, I'll read it to you. If I have it here. No. I don't have it. So I'm stuck trying to read this. And I don't know if I'm going to be able to. Maybe. I can't read through it. So we'll just go on to the next one. I can't get through that McDermott point. All right, the Mmtlp current action. I can't read it, guys. All right, so I'm just going to take it down because it doesn't help. I can't read it. But FINRA put on March 16th, 2023, they put out a fact sheet. FINRA has received a number of questions relating to the corporate action for Mmtlp. When a company decides to engage in a corporate action that affects a security listed on a national securities exchange, the company must provide notice to the listing exchange and comply with all applicable listing standards and rules of the exchange. In contrast, when a company decides to engage in a corporate action that affects an unlisted security that trades in the over-the-counter market, federal law requires that the company submit notice of the corporate action to FINRA. And FINRA reviews the submission and publishes a notification about the corporate action to the marketplace unless the submission is deemed deficient by FINRA. This function helps to keep investors and the market informed of corporate actions affecting OTC securities. A company can have both listed and unlisted securities, so different rules apply. FINRA regulates broker-dealers. However, unlike security exchanges, FINRA does not establish listing standards or otherwise regulate the companies that issue over-the-counter securities. Metamaterials Series A preferred shares were issued in connection with the June 21 merger between Torchlight Energy Resources and Metamaterials, Inc. While the company that resulted, Metamaterials, had common stock that became listed on NASDAQ. Again, Adina Friedman. Thank you, Adina. Loser. Loser. Adina Friedman is a loser. The Series A preferred shares were unlisted. These unlisted shares later began trading in the over-the-counter market under the symbol MMTLP. Now, notice what they did. They inoculated themselves that FINRA does not establish listing standards or otherwise regulate the companies that issue over-the-counter securities. So FINRA took themselves off the hook. Okay. These unlisted shares later began trading. All right. On July 15, 2022, the company filed a Form S-1 registration statement with the SEC to register the issuance of the common stock of Nexbridge Hydrocarbons, Nexbridge, which at that time was a wholly owned subsidiary of Metamaterials. Maybe. I think it was pretty clear they issued it as a distribution to Torchlight before the merger, but I chopped it off, so maybe there was more wording that said that that would still be owned by Meta. As disclosed in the registration statement, Metamaterials would distribute to MMTLP shareholders 1 share of Nexbridge common stock per 1 share of MMTLP held. That's all the Wall Street owes you. That's all Wall Street owes you, for sure. And would cancel the Series A preferred shares trading under the symbol MMTLP. And would cancel the Series A preferred shares trading under the symbol MMTLP. According to the Form S-1 filed, immediately after the corporate action, Nexbridge would be an independent, public reporting company. Now let me call your attention to that. According to the Form S-1 filed immediately after the corporate action, NextBridge would be an independent public reporting company. I think they're putting something in the definition here that's not true, but let me call your attention to that. FINRA is stating for the record that NextBridge is a public company. Why does that matter? Why does that matter? People can short the stock. I spent an hour and a half looking for the email that I think Jessica Hopper, or it was a statement issued by FINRA since taken down. So I was trying to look for the record of it, that FINRA actually said, why don't they just transfer the short position over to NextBridge, like we always do? Okay, after several amendments, the registration statement became effective November 18, 2022. On November 23, 2022, Metamaterials issued an announcement regarding this action, stating that each holder of MMTLP as of December 12th, 2022, would become entitled to receive 1 share of the common stock of NextBridge for every 1 share of MMTLP held. Okay, that's what they owe you. Metamaterials also stated that the NextBridge shares would be distributed to MMTLP shareholders on December 14th. And they did that, by the way. They distributed it to shareholders of record, people whose name were recorded at the transfer agent, otherwise in street name in bulk certificates to Morgan Stanley for the further benefit of their clients. They did it. At which time all MMTLP shares would automatically be canceled. And MMTLP holders would cease to have any rights with respect to those shares. I mean, just in case you missed it, Metamaterials stated that the NextBridge shares would be distributed to MMTLP shareholders on December 14th, 2022, at which time all MMTLP shares would be automatically canceled and MMTLP holders would cease to have any rights with respect to those shares. In addition, the company stated that the NextBridge shares received in the distribution would not be eligible for electronic transfer through the DTC. As required under federal law, Metamaterials also notified FINRA of the NextBridge MMTLP corporate action, consistent with the information provided by Metamaterials on December 6th and December 8th. They're covering their ass. FINRA provided public notice of the corporate action on FINRA's website. FINRA's corporate action notice stated that NextBridge shares would be distributed to those MMTLP shareholders with settled positions as of December 12th. Hear what they're doing. Hear what they're doing. So they would distribute with shareholders with settled positions as of December 12th, 22, and further clarified that any purchases after December 8th, 22, those with trades due to settle on or after December 13th, would not be entitled to receive Nixx shares in a corporate action distribution. So what FINRA did here was say that there's no short settlement, which they don't have a right to say that, but that's what they're saying here. I think there's cause for action against FINRA on that, but they stated it. FINRA's corporate action notice also stated that the Mmtlp symbol would be deleted effective December 13th, i.e. when an issuer cancels shares, FINRA will likewise delete the symbol. On December 9th, FINRA halted trading in Mmtlp. One of FINRA's roles in regulating the activities of broker-dealers is to cover the ass of the short side. One of the roles is to cover trading. One of FINRA's roles in regulating the activities of broker-dealers trading over-the-counter equity securities is exercising the authority to require such firms to halt quoting and trading activities when FINRA determines that doing so is necessary to protect investors and the public. We've got to protect the public. Constable Clitoris and I couldn't help but noticing that the cockroach cluster was unappealing I can't remember the rest of the words. But are we to understand that this chocolate pierces the cheeks of the customer? Oh no, it's the crunchy frog. Constable Clitoris and I think that you need to put on here that each of these is a whole live frog with bones. Our sales would plummet. F your sales, we've got to protect the public. So anyway, that's what FINRA is doing. FINRA is protecting the public all of a sudden. Since imposing the halt, FINRA has received questions. Here are the answers. Why did FINRA halt trading in Mmtlp? FINRA is permitted under its rules to impose a quoting and trading halt in an OTC equity security, which earlier they said isn't trading, but now they're saying they can do it. Well, I guess it was. Where FINRA determines that an extraordinary event has occurred or is ongoing that has a material effect on FINRA's own retirement plan. Oh, sorry, that's not what it says. That has had a material effect on the market for the security or has caused or has the potential to cause major disruption to the marketplace or significant uncertainty in the settlement and clearance process. In other words, we are comfortable, and so is Adina Friedman, allowing criminals to sell stock that doesn't exist and not delivering shares. And woe behold anybody that causes uncertainty or disruption that might mean that they have to settle their shares. Let me read it again because I interrupted it. FINRA is permitted under its rules to impose a quoting and trading halt in an OTC equity security where FINRA determines that an extraordinary event has occurred or is ongoing that has had a material effect on the market for the security or has caused or has the potential to cause major disruption to the marketplace or significant uncertainty in the settlement and clearance process. FINRA made such a determination and halted trading on December 9th. Among FINRA's concerns were the facts that after December 12th, the MMTLP shares would cease to be DTC eligible. MMTLP shares would be canceled at the time of distribution, the 14th. And Nexbridge common stock was not expected to be DTC eligible. Rising uncertainty regarding how transactions executed after December 8th would settle in an orderly manner in relation to these dates. Had MMTLP continued trading after December 8th, there was the possibility that investors buying MMTLP during that time period may not have realized that those shares were about to be canceled by Metamaterials. We've got to protect the public, that they may not receive MMTLP shares before they were canceled, and that they would not be recorded on December 12th as MMTLP holders eligible to receive Nexbridge common stock in the distribution. We have to protect the public. Why did FINRA halt trading on the 9th if shareholders as of December 12th were entitled to receive the Nexbridge distribution? FINRA halted on Friday the 9th because securities typically, weasel word, must settle within 2 business days. Within 2 business days. Right in their answer, they admit there can be shortened settlement. This means now they go and interpret their weasel words. This means that trades in MMTLP executed on the 8th typically would settle on the 12th, while trades on the 9th or the 12th typically would not settle until after the 12th. This is important because the seller ceases to be a holder of shares and a purchaser becomes a holder of the shares only after settlement. Therefore, for purposes of the corporate action, only those trades that were executed on or before the 8th typically would have settled in time to establish the purchaser as a new holder of the shares on the 12th. Do you really think these guys are there to rescue you? In addition, after the 12th, MMTLP shares would no longer be DTC eligible, and the Nexbridge shares were not expected to be DTC eligible. That means after December 12th, any unsettled trades in MMTLP would have needed to be handled through broker-to-broker process out of DTC. Oh, the poor dears. Oh, the poor dears. Somebody would actually have to do the work. We've got to protect the public. Thus, there was uncertainty about whether trades there was uncertainty, but not definity about whether trades executed after December 8th would settle in an orderly manner, like all the other hundreds of millions of shares, including whether they would settle before the MMTLP shares were canceled on the 14th. In other words, for trades in MMTLP execute after the 8th, the seller would still have been recorded as the holder, eligible to receive Nexbridge, and the buyer would not have been recorded as eligible to receive Nexbridge. The buyer would have purchased shares that would have been canceled on the 14th, and there was uncertainty as to whether these trades would be settled in an orderly manner. So says Jessica Hopper. Has the MMTLP trading halt ended? Yes. As stated in the MMTLP trading halt notice on the 9th, the MMTLP halt ended concurrent with FINRA's deletion of the MMTLP symbol on the 13th. FINRA's website was updated on the 16th to reflect the end of the trading halt on the 13th. This update occurred later than normal due to a coding issue. Buck. MMTLP shares were canceled by the issue on the 14th. Therefore, it has not been possible to trade them since that time. How were MMTLP's shares publicly quoted and traded in the first place? The answer to this question of whether security is tradable is determined by the application of federal law, including any applicable SEC rules. Where a security is or becomes tradable, a public market for the security may develop, as it did with MMTLP. FINRA does not approve a company's issuance of securities or approve or determine when broker-dealers or customers may begin trading those securities. In this case, we do not have to protect the public. However, once a broker-dealer executes a transaction in an unlisted security, the firm is required by FINRA rules to report the executed transaction to FINRA. We do have to protect the public. And where a symbol does not yet exist for a security, the broker-dealer must request a symbol from FINRA because the issuer obtained a CUSIP for the Series A preferred shares. FINRA assigned MMTLP symbol in 21 upon the request of a broker-dealer to facilitate the electronic reporting of the executed transaction that occurred in the security. We've got to protect the public. Of course, they don't make sure that broker-dealer operated within FINRA's rules or even existed. This trade reporting process is separate from the process which a broker-dealer begins quoting a security in compliance with the SEC Rule 15C2-11. Rule 15C2-11 requires a broker-dealer, prior to quoting a security on its own behalf, to review specified information about the company that issued the security. In some cases, a broker-dealer must form a file with FINRA, Form 211. In this case, FINRA did not receive a Form 211. Instead, broker-dealers relied on an exception to the SEC Rule 15C2-11. So we didn't have to protect the public. Did FINRA cancel the MMTLP sheets? Did FINRA delete the MMTL? I'm going to skip that. What did investors who did not sell their MMTLP shares? What happened to them? Investors who had settled positions on MMTLP on the 12th were holders entitled to receive Nixx as part of the corporate action. So investors who did not sell by the 8th would receive Nixx shares in the distribution. This would have been the case even if FINRA had not halted trading. As described in the Nixx prospectus filed with the SEC, Nixx anticipated that the distribution process for the Nixx shares would take 2 weeks and go through American Stock Transfer and Trust. FINRA does not regulate transfer agents and does not have a role in distributing securities. We do not have to protect the public. What would have happened to any trades executed after the 8th had FINRA not halted trading? The T+2 settlement cycle, if we apply it, but this just skims over the fact that you can request T+1 or T+0 on your ticket. Trades executed after December 8th, and by the way, if you ask for T+1 or T+0 and the trade didn't go off, it would default back to the 8th. So she tortuously interfered. December 8th would not, trades executed after December 8th would not have settled in time for the purchaser to become a holder of Mmtlp shares by December 12th. Any trades in Mmtlp that not settled by the 12th would have needed to be resolved through broker-to-broker processes outside of DC. We couldn't have that. Oh my God. Oh, we just couldn't do that. There also was concern that Mmtlp shares may have been canceled by the issue before broker-to-broker settlement occurred. So we just decided that. We had to protect the public. In addition, there was the potential for confusion. Oh, yes, ma'am, there was. And disagreement. Yes, ma'am. In the settlement process among the parties with their SPREC delivered to the buyer. Is there public data on the short sale? Yes, there are several data sets published by FINRA and the SEC. Short interest. It's all crap. They say it was 7 million shares, all crap. Fails deliver. Naked, they describe it's all crap. Threshold, they describe. Break show, they describe all crap. What happens if short positions were not closed? Broker-dealers have operational conventions in place for adjusting short positions. There's systems in place. Don't worry about it. What should investors do if they believe they have not received their shares? If you held a settled position in Mmtlp on December 12th, your account should reflect your position in Nexbridge. Your broker-dealer is required to maintain possession or control of your shares in compliance with federal law. You may also request a transfer of shares from the broker-dealer's name to your name. However, this transfer may take time. If you believe that your shares are not properly reflected in your account, or your broker-dealer has not been willing to transfer your shares, you should contact your broker-dealer to understand the status. Your broker-dealer may reflect your Nexbridge shares using a new alphanumeric, and there could be different ones. Are Nexbridge shares tradable? All right. That I read to you. Now let me go through. I'm almost done. And I would wish to be finished. All right. Let's go through some of this. I went through all that. We'll go here, 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 here. Here, here, here. We'll add those. So I'm sure I've lost everybody, but I'll go back to some of the comments. I'm afraid to go back and forth because last time it erased some. Let's see how this Nixx closed. Nixx up 13 cents, 182. Let's see how Fngr closed. 126, up a penny. Let's see how Railtown closed. I guess up 27 cents. I guess that's up. All right, so what happened to Jessica Hopper? What happened to old Jessica? Well, Jessica became a general partner and head of regulatory strategy at Edward Jones. proving that the best thing that the markets have going for them is putting women in charge. I don't want to pick on women. Men do this bad stuff too. So she's a general partner and head of regulatory strategies at Edward Jones. She is responsible for developing strategic thought leadership and an embedded regulatory perspective in all aspects of the firm's work, and leads teams responsible for trading, regulatory matters, and regulatory policy. Isn't that wonderful? She's amazing. She's just amazing. I think she's so amazing. I just think she's incredible. We're so fortunate to have her in the industry. All right, this is from Rare DD. The head of enforcement at FINRA is hands-on with investigators communicating with law enforcement. Isn't it strange that Jessica Hopper didn't appear in the request? Why is it that Hopper made no comment? 6 weeks after the U3 halt, FINRA announced that Hopper would be leaving. She didn't retire outright, and then she went to work. She got rewarded. She got rewarded. You call that a payoff? That's not a payoff. That's just getting another job. That's a payoff. That's a payoff. Metamaterials' failure to deliver is volume $300,000 in 24, but that could be a lot of shares. 2023, 19 million. 2022, it's odd how they print that, isn't it? But it's 120 million in 2022. They print at 0.12 billion. I can't read it under McDermott. All right, here's the Gensler meeting was with these cast of characters. You remember Stephanie Dumont. These names I brought to your attention before. And I can't read all these people. I know that's the ever-expanding Robert Cook up there. And then you can see some of the people gone. They list here some of the meetings. I can't read it, so unfortunately I have to skip over it. Okay, here's the meetings for Gensler before the tradable, and then the meetings with Cook. I would think this shows that Gensler knew what the hell was going on, even though he pretended not to in front of Congress when I was there and when I watched it on TV. Torchlight announces payment of a special series dividend in June, effective 21. I'm racing through it because some of it's repetitive. Anyway, there's some Ameritrade crap, and I just point out Ameritrade's deep in it. All right, let me see. All right, I went that far. I want to go here, 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 here. We're almost done, and then I'll make some conclusions, and then I'll say sayonara. I'll be back. All right, here's the first one. And if I can't, darn it. Oh, this goes back to the gentleman's point on Nexbridge, and it's actually frustrating. Darn it. We are disappointed to announce receiving another round of SEC comments to our annual report, which we further delay the effectiveness of our registration statement to offer 40 million shares public. Now, let me point out a couple things. There are issues. Bill Michael, I think. There are issues. They are attacking Nexbridge. But do you see what this says? It's going to be publicly traded. So the short position is going to go and offset a publicly traded company. If the company has to restate, it takes time. They have to amend 2 annual reports. This is what the criminals are doing. 6, it's a lot of money. So the company points out it's not publicly traded on any exchange. Thus, the existing could not possibly mislead any new investors. But lawyers will say anything. You think lawyers won't? Well, you're wrong. Lawyers will say anything. We suggested a more efficient solution would be to simply put a footnote, and it was rejected by the SEC. Do you think the SEC is on your side? The debate to impair the value of Oro Grande is up to interpretation. More troubling is the requirement to restate is that the SEC has asked us to change our accounting, that we ignore the time between the merger of Torchlight and Metamaterials until the spinout. The SEC is saying Meta acted merely as a custodian of the assets. This is attorneys screwing with us, but it doesn't bother anyone because we know that there's going to be a settlement. The company is not remotely the same entity. The company is unwilling to take a position it believes is knowingly and demonstratively false, as well as fraught with the potential liability for the company and its shareholders. All prior communications with the SEC will be available for download on our website. In addition to the time and expense of the restatements, the companies will suffer detrimental opportunities costs. The company has to put on hold the Louisiana Heritage Place, so that goes to Bill Michael's point. Ongoing expenses. This will delay providing unencumbered shares to firms who privately requested them to correct ledger imbalances, as well as the 2 0.65 million unsettled trades acknowledged by FINRA. And here's the short volume that they show. I'm going to move on from it because I can't read it very well. This is from Overstock. Something funny happened to the redhead over the weekend in Asia. I forget his name right now. Patrick Byrne. I started receiving detailed messages saying the price. They were going to do something special to let the short sellers off the hook. The SEC informed the prime brokers that if Overstock went forward, they, the SEC, would be sending them Wells notices. We're going to come after you. So if you think that there's going to be a settlement without the criminals doing anything they can, I think you're a little bit off your you are a loony. All right, I'm only going to go through these. It's only 4 more. And then I'm probably going to sign off after I look at your comments. Do you expect me to believe are all your pets named Eric? Kamal Ataturk had a whole menagerie named something. I've got a pet Eric, a pet horse named Eric. You are a loony. I think, let me go to the comments and I'll come back to this. It's just a minute. See, it's gone. Darn it. So I lost everything. This is the highest I can go. I don't know why you keep telling those who bought MTL when they started illegally trading again that they are in fact entitled to shares of Nexbridge. They are not. You're wrong about that, Devalio. I know what your thought process, I can't go all the way back, so I'm starting here. You're just wrong on that. Your theory, and it's all it is it's only original Torchlight holders that are entitled. That's just not true because Torchlight shareholders can sell, and they did so. So you're wrong. Currently, my understanding is there's at least 40 to 50 million shares of Nexbridge available to first come, first serve anyone that asks for them. But people are listening to you and they're not doing anything. And you're going to cost, if they listen to you, you're going to cost them a lot of money. Timing me out for saying the truth? I don't even know what you said. I'm glad I piled into cryptocurrency. Yeah, Clark, I'm glad you did too. I'm glad you did too. I'm glad you're making money. Mmtlp will make a bunch of new millionaires and a few new prisoners. I take exception with that. If there's going to be a short squeeze, it'll be in Nexbridge shares when Nexbridge starts trading. Right now, there are still shares you can go get of Nexbridge. Eventually, that won't be the case. Mmtlp doesn't trade. There will be no millionaires created in a short squeeze of Mmtlp. They just won't. Now, in terms of fraud, collusion, racketeering, tortious interference, criminal threats, yes, I think there could be massive payouts from the people who have money, FINRA, the DTCC, the broker dealers. Yes, I agree with that. But I don't think it'll be limited to MMTLP. I think it'll be all of us who participated, who bought MMTLP, who have Nexbridge. So I don't think you're limiting it, but I think it'll be Nexbridge as well. I don't know enough to say about MMAT, but I agree with you. I think people were wronged in MMAT. I think the company was wronged. I think the criminal activity is rampant, and I think you're right about that. Correct me if I'm wrong. You're wrong. No, I don't know if it's the same ones, but I brought it up before that I think they're all part of a pretty small group of fellas, but I don't know. It could just be a bunch of people that had similar strategies by chance at the same time. I think if one blows, they might all go. But what's going to cause the blow? Donald Trump? William is clueless. All right. Cryptic trader. It's possible. I don't claim to know for sure. I do think the everything I've said is based in fact, but you call me clueless, all right? I'm still invested in AMC. Now that I call clueless, but cryptic trader wouldn't. I don't blame you initially, but I think by now you got to see that there. Who knows? Who knows? As soon as you get out, there'll be a short squeeze. But I think it's more likely that G-Bucks or I don't know, Nixie have a run. Maybe AMC will. And they got a brilliant business plan. They've got movie theaters. And Snow White's coming. Oh my gosh. I quit following the short hedge funds and short squeeze. Good for you. See, I think that's right. I don't think they work all the time. I think they're very hard. If we have short squeezes, Northwest Bio, AMC, GameStop. Yeah. Now, Clark, I agree with that approach. If you can afford to just hold the position, great. I think trying to make money elsewhere is the right thing to try to do. The short squeezes, by definition, will come out of the blue, in my opinion. They have to be a surprise. I decided to close out 4 years ago. Yeah, definitely a smart decision. Definitely. Jenny's here. I didn't see her, but I lost so many. Whenever I go back and forth, I lose comments. But I'm glad to see Jenny's here. I hope she's happy. I hope Moose is right beside her. I agree with Lion. I don't agree that Northwest Bio will have a short squeeze, but it might. What I do agree is Northwest Bio could have a buyout offer, which might cause a short squeeze. I don't know. But I think the buyout offer, particularly if you have two competing buyers, could be $40 a share. I'm making it up, but it could just be huge. That's why. I'm not going to supper chat anymore if you can't pass the bullshit. If you put something up, it's gone because I moved from comments to what I was putting up there, and I'm sorry for that. I was trying to not move back and forth and was hoping to save it, but I think when my system went spinning, it might have. Anyway, I didn't see your comment, and I apologize for it. Let's see what I was going to put up. Oh, they got debanked. They got debanked. We assume this action is related to the ongoing corporate harassment we are experiencing. And if so, this amounts to nothing short of economic warfare. We have no intention of taking it sitting down. While we are more than happy to move all our banking out of Chase, we are considering a variety of options open to us, including gathering tortious interference data for congressional inquiry. In 26 months since FINRA's dubious U3 halt, we have seen an exponential series of hurdles placed in our path. This is just the latest in a disheartening litany of ill conduct. Yet we have faith our struggles will not be in vain, and eventually common sense, reason, and justice will prevail. I'd rather be with him than in Mmtlp. All right, Bill Michael, using G-Bucks as an example. And if the shorts now have it under control, do you think the same trading pattern? I don't, Bill, I don't think they have G-Bucks under control. But I don't know. But I don't think they have G-Bucks under control. The rumor was they had 2 million shares short. It's only a few shares traded every day. The further rumor is it's just some amateurs. We don't know that for sure. And then the company doesn't need to go to Jeffrey Lind. They have 100 million LOI, so it's not a firm commitment, but it's coming out of the UAE. It's pretty strong. The stock ran. They shorted it. They got it down at the end of the month. But to me, they're still short. They're still haven't covered, and they're still in trouble. So I think they're still going to buy that stock back. It is a surprise to them. They have not been able to cover, and the company doesn't need to go take financing from Lind Partners. So I think G-Bucks is not under control. Now, they could still get it under control and all that. I agree with you. But I don't think it's under control. I think G-Bucks is still worth trying to play for a squeeze. Fngr, I think, may be under control simply because they got a squeeze going 2 years ago. They stopped that. And now it's 2 years later, and Europe doesn't keep track of trades, and Wagner doesn't want any transparency. Gensler's a paid for loser. Friedman's a loser. Cook's a loser. They're all losers. And it's at least possible they have Fngr under control. But when you talk to him, it's clear. He just said it the other day that the shorts are here in the United States, that it's a large position, and that they're trying to catch him out. It still could happen, but it'll be a surprise when it happens. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm making money on crypto and just holding my positions in the stock market. Good for you. I think that's great. All right, I'm going to sign off. I wish Jenny, I didn't see any comments from Jenny because they got deleted, but I wish Jenny all the best, and I hope that her family, her husband, and her animals and the birds singing are all content and happy around her, and they all love her, and they lift her spirits. And I hope everybody holds Jenny in their heart. William, if you bought Mmtlp when they started trading again, I want you to try and turn those shares into NBH and see what happens. That sentence is inaccurate. Mmtlp never started trading again. Mmtlp did start trading, and it traded all the way through to Jessica Hopper's halt, and it never started trading again. So you're wrong. But I did buy Mmtlp, and I have my shares. I just don't want to go get them. They're in the other room. I have them. So I know for a fact that all you have to do is ask for them. That's all you have to do. All right, I'm going to sign out. I wish everybody well, and thank you for signing in. My audience gets smaller and smaller. I know that's because I've been intemperate, but I hope you realize I get impatient and hot-headed because I spend a lot of time at this, and I don't know if my approach is right, but I'm trying to treat all of you as one big investor and what's right for you. I'm trying to educate, trying to think it through, trying to not react to negative waves, as Donald Sutherland would call it. But I'm not always good at it. But I also get mad that I'm not effective at all because people like Stoney say, we just want our effing money back. Well, I personally think, to summarize, and I'll go with Bill Michael here, I agree with Michael that NextBridge might get driven into the ground, like MMAT, like any of these other stocks, by the criminal action and the indifference of Adena Friedman. But I think that Nexbridge also can have value, and you saw the fighting spirit in Greg McCabe. I'd rather be alongside that than in a coupon, that has an expiry date on it. I don't have my coupons here. I must have thrown them away. So let me be clear. Mmtlp is worthless. It has no value at all. It does, however, offer two claims. Mmtlp is a coupon for two potential claims. One is that you get your 1 share of Nexbridge if you ask for it. I couldn't find it. I thought it was in that piece. I'll have to find it. But you have to ask for it. If you don't ask for it, you're not going to get it. So that's one. Two is Mmtlp does give you a call on future lawsuits or criminal payouts. Those are going to be prosecuted not by you or by me. They will be Greg McCabe doing it as he's hired Wes, George Pelicanos doing it with MMAT. It could be a class action suit. It could be Congress somehow gets some balls. It could be the SEC, but then the SEC will say we can't imprison people. We have to refer it to the Justice Department. It's a nightmare city. But the fact is, the coupon called Mmtlp gives you the right to shares if you ask for them, and the right to participate in criminal settlements, criminal fines, etc. On its own, if Nexbridge is able to get back to funding the Southern Louisiana heritage prospects, right now it's in peril. It's in peril by the criminals. But and the SEC, who I think works with the criminals, and if not, the lawyers at Gibson Dunn call into the SEC to some young lawyer, and she wants a job at Gibson Dunn, so she responds to the request. That's how it works. Anyway, let's just say that Nexbridge were to find hundreds of billions of dollars worth of value in Southern Louisiana, the only way to participate in that is if you have your Nexbridge shares. You simply will not participate in that if you have Mmtlp. So your bet by staying in Mmtlp is I'm going to become a multimillionaire because Wes Christian is going to win a settlement, because Donald Trump is going to prosecute the bad guys, because the SEC is going to suddenly change stripes and look out for me, because Adina Friedman cares. Really, Bill? I do care. Really, Bill? I do care. People used to ask me to marry them. And I used to say, anything I could to not hurt their feeling, but not lie. All right, I'm going to sign off. Thanks for stopping by. Cheers. Thank you. Bye.